Chapter 1278. In the temple, King Kuin and Yuan Gang conversed for a while and discussed some conditions. Soon, King Kuin no longer blocked the news and said, "Summon all martial artists above the true god realm into the palace." Experts were all very decisive and straightforward. Since there was a chance no one would give it up. Knowing this, King Kuin no longer hesitated. It was time to act. Soon, a large number of experts entered. This time, Fong Ping had truly witnessed the strength of the divine sect. Not to mention the 3 heavenly kings, there were 8 saint-level powerhouses. Other than that, there were 6 venerable emperors, not including Fong Ping. Fong Ping knew a few venerable emperors. When he impersonated Yin Sheng, he came from Guardian Shui's sect. Guardian Shui was Venerable Emperor Skycloud. Among the remaining 5 venerable sovereigns, there were venerable sovereigns from the human realm upon heavens and venerable sovereigns from overseas immortal islands. The forces of the overseas immortal islands and the sky beyond heavens were now divided among the various parties. 3 kings, 8 saints, 6 emperors, and nearly 100 true gods. Yes, nearly 100 of them. There were the remaining 72 true dukes of the gods' cult, some of the powerhouses that King Zhen subdued, King Qian's subordinates, the overseas celestial islands, the outer heavens, and some true gods from the Forbidden Sea. This was the power of the church. He was definitely not weak. He was very strong. At the very least, he couldn't compare to a heavenly king. He was much stronger than the human race. Among them, Fong Ping actually saw an old acquaintance. King Ping Shan. Yes, King Ping Shan. King Ping Shan, who had sought refuge with the Dragon Island previously, thought that he would be fine once he did so. Who would have thought that Cosmic Dragon would bring Dragon Island to the Demon Court in the blink of an eye? Before this, Cosmic Dragon had sought refuge with the Divine Sect. King Ping Shan was not a demon, so he did not dare to go to the Demon Court. However, at this moment, he could not return to the catacombs. He did not want to go back either, as it would be even more dangerous. He had no choice but to stay in the Divine Sect. At this time, King Ping Shan was so low-key that he almost did not exist. He didn't stand at the edge. He could see the door clearly, and the edge would attract attention. He stood at the 5th or 6th place from the bottom. He did not stand out at all. He was neither in front nor behind. No matter what, the experts would not pay too much attention to him. If there were benefits, it wouldn't be his turn. The disadvantage was that he was weak. He was so inconspicuous that no one would notice him. At this moment, he was like a drop of water merging into the ocean. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't even notice his existence. Although Fong Ping had just joined the Divine Sect as a top-level venerable emperor, he was still standing at the front. King Ping Shan and the other true gods were on the other side. Fong Ping glanced at this guy from the corner of his eyes. He could not help but sigh. What a lucky guy! The hundreds of true kings from before in the catacombs were almost all dead. A large number of them died in the fake heavenly tomb. In the following few wars, many died as well. Many demons joined the demon court. Now, in addition to the forces of the ancient heavenly court, Earth Emperor God dynasty, and the 2 kings, there were less than 100 real gods under Hong Yu's command. There were countless casualties, but King Ping Shan was still alive. That was his luck. In the crowd, King Ping Shan didn't lower his head, for it would attract the attention of others. He also didn't dare to look at the 3 kings above him, lest they noticed him. King Ping Shan kept a low profile, looking to both sides instead of the center. King Ping Shan's face stiffened when he saw King Huai first. This guy actually came. It was said that this guy had launched a sneak attack on Lord Tianming, causing Tianming to be killed. He also had the strength of a saint. King Ping Shan could not help but sigh. He was too cunning. He never thought that King Huai would have such strength. This guy actually came. I feel that this damn place is not safe anymore. King Ping Shan cursed in his heart. Death follows wherever he goes. A large number of experts in the catacombs died But this guy didn't die. It was said that King Feng, who he joined, was dead, and Tianming, who joined, was also dead. One of King Feng's 2 masters was killed by him. As for the remaining Sky Plant King, he might also die one day. Now the divine sect came. Who was it trying to harm? He had joined the divine sect once before. But in the end, they were all wiped out. Now it was here again. King Pingshan cursed in his heart. At this moment, he also heard the discussion of the other true gods. This time, the strength of the divine sect skyrocketed. Today, 7 saints and 1 top-level venerable emperor came. Even if King Pingshan didn't know the 7 saints, he had heard of them, so it was not surprising. But when he heard that Niomeng was the island lord of the divine Ox Island, King Pingshan couldn't help but take a look. Divine Ox Island? Never heard of it. It was said that he knew King Huai. He thought he knew where King Huai had been. Since when was there in divine Ox Island near the sea? And a top-level venerable emperor. If King Huai really knew such a powerhouse, he would not have joined King Feng back then. A top-level venerable emperor was the strongest expert in the catacombs back then. If he really knew such a powerhouse, King Huai would cheat others, but not this one. King Pingshan looked at Feng Ping from the corner of his eye and was suddenly stunned. Was this person looking at him? He was not sure. He had been so low-key. Who would pay attention to him? King Pingshan was stunned for a moment, and then he observed Niomeng more carefully. After watching for a while, he didn't see anything wrong. He didn't dare to probe these powerhouses. That would be asking for trouble. He didn't care much about what King Kuin said above him. King Pingshan continued to observe Niomeng from the corner of his eye, and also glanced at King Huai cautiously from time to time. Of course, he was also looking at the little tiger. It was quite fun. As he watched, King Pingshan's eyes suddenly moved slightly, feeling that something was wrong. Wrong. King Pingshan hesitated for a moment. What was wrong? Everything was in order. The next moment, King Pingshan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He glanced at Niomeng from the corner of his eye and quickly looked away, his eyes full of horror. It was him. Damn it. Was it this super huge Jinx? Was it him? It was him. He saw it. He saw something wrong. He saw something wrong that others might not have noticed. The style of this guy's boots. Yes, those were boots made of animal fur. There was nothing wrong with it. But King Pingshan was a very careful person. He was weak, so he observed things more carefully than others. Every era had its own style. Ancient heavenly court experts, Earth Emperor divine dynasty experts, catacombs experts, human experts, outland, overseas immortal islands. In these eras, the experts of these forces actually had some differences in their living habits, personal styles, and adornment styles. The most obvious differences were, of course, hairstyles, headdress, and clothes. Boots should be the kind with the smallest differences. Powerhouses liked to wear those animal fur boots or divine weapon boots, mainly for the convenience of fighting. The difference in style was not too big. It was very weak. Under normal circumstances, no one would deliberately look at what kind of boots you were wearing. But King Pingshan was horrified. This was the style of human combat boots. Of course, human powerhouses mainly wore military boots. Feng Ping was not wearing military boots. However, that style, even if the style had changed, King Pingshan could still feel the style of the human race when he carefully distinguished it. He was too familiar with it. Because the human race was getting stronger and stronger, he learned a lot about the human race's culture. King Huai was actually the same. These people understood the human race very well. Those were definitely the human race's combat boots. The newly emerged venerable emperor, the human race's combat boots, with a little tiger, King Huai knew at this moment. King Pingshan almost instantly thought of Feng Ping. It was him. That was right. It was this death machine, the existence that killed wherever he went. It was definitely him. King Pingshan was sure that he was not wrong. He had not made such an association before, so he did not feel anything. Now, the more he looked at Niomeng, the more he felt that it was Fong Ping. That gaze, that smile, that back view, no matter how he looked at it, it was Fong Ping. That tiger. Is it a gray cat? It should be. It's lazy, as if it can't wake up. If it's not a gray cat, what is it? Fong Ping is not enough. He actually brought a gray cat, and King Huai, at this moment, King Pingshan was terrified. Danger. Great danger. The divine sect was going to be in trouble. Big trouble, bloody trouble. Fong Ping had impersonated others a few times. Every time it was big trouble and there was carnage. He impersonated Feng Yeshing, and as a result, Sky Plant City was almost destroyed. After that, most of the descendants of the true king were dead. He impersonated someone from the divine sect, and the divine sect was wiped out directly. Until now, he could still hear some people complaining that Fong Ping was too cruel, and the powerhouses who stayed behind in the divine sect were all killed by him. The remaining Feng Yin and Dixing also betrayed the divine sect. And now Fong Ping was here again. King Pingshan wanted to turn around and run away. He felt bitter inside. Why did this guy come out so soon? Wasn't he said to be in closed-door cultivation? Who would go into closed-door cultivation for a few days each time? Although he was worried at this moment, King Pingshan did not dare to breathe. He was afraid that Fong Ping would know that he had guessed his identity and kill him. King Pingshan was terrified. At this moment, Fong Ping did not think much about it. He felt that his disguise was okay. If he did not deliberately think in this direction, he should not have exposed his identity. His disguise was still very perfect. However, Fong Ping did not expect that a small pair of boots would be discovered. He also made them according to the style of the catacombs. He refined them himself. In this way, they more or less carried some of the human race's style and habits. But it was very weak. Fong Ping did not even think about it. However, he did not know that King Pingshan thought of him in an instant, because other than Fong Ping, no one else had this ability or this courage. Fong Ping did not know. If he knew, he would say that people who were afraid of death had good observation skills. King Huai too. Previously, when he was eating with the cat, although Fong Ping did not hide it very well, King Huai recognized him at a glance. This was his ability. Now, in front of King Kuan, his disguise was even more careful. However, he was still so dazzling that he was recognized by King Pingshan very quickly. Fong Ping, who did not realize that his identity had been exposed, was still listening to King Kuan. At this moment, King Kuan was taking roll call. Yes, roll call. Although the true gods were all here, King Kuan was not directly talking about the matter. Instead, he was choosing people. Soon, King Kuan picked another person. Pingshan. Sir. King Pingshan shuddered, his whole body trembling. His face was a little pale, as if he was a little scared. King Kuan frowned slightly, but did not say anything. He did not know that King Pingshan was scared by Fong Ping. He thought that this guy was timid and was scared by his sudden name calling. King Kuan did not say much. He said lightly, "You stay too." King Pingshan did not know what happened at all, but at this moment he had no choice but to agree. King Kuan picked a few more people again. Soon, he said, "Those who have been picked stay. The rest of you leave." Following his words, a large number of true gods began to leave. Soon, the number of people in the main hall decreased again. Not all of the 8 sages stayed behind. Qianji, Yuangang, King Huai, and Tianbai stayed. The 2 saints who came with Qianji left, including Fong Ping. 3 of the 7 venerable emperors left. There were many true gods left, close to 20. 6 saints for emperor level, 20 true gods. 30 people stayed, plus 3 heavenly king powerhouses. At this time, King Kuan said lightly, "Today, Marshal Yuangang told me that there is a treasure land outside the celestial grave, a treasure land of opportunities. It may be the place where the unquestionable sword, the Devil Emperor, entered by mistake. Everyone should know about the unquestionable sword. Now, this place is open, but no one has been there before. I don't know if it is dangerous or if there are restrictions. Some secret places are so mysterious that even the emperors know very little about them. Maybe only true gods can take away the opportunity, maybe venerable emperors, maybe saints. Therefore, this time, I gathered you and asked you to stay for this trip to the celestial grave. You may not be the strongest, and you may not be the best at fighting in the same realm, but you each have your own specialties. Therefore, I gathered you to prepare to go to the celestial grave. As soon as he said this, there was some commotion below. The real gods were both nervous and expectant at the same time. King Pingshan's face was extremely stiff. Why am I here? He did not know that he also had specialties. Yes, specialties. For example, even if he did not have any specialties, this was still a specialty. He was so low-key that people almost ignored him. King Kuin felt that this was also a kind of skill. The divine sect had fought many times, but he had always ignored King Pingshan. He seemed to have never fought. Isn't this a skill? This time, he finally met King Pingshan. King Kuin felt that it was necessary to let this person join. It was a good thing that he was inconspicuous among the experts. Yuan Gang was not too clear about the situation in that place. However, there might be some restrictions. King Kuin was also worried that if the heavenly kings were restricted from entering, it would be very troublesome. This was not impossible. If the space was too fragile, the entry of the heavenly kings might cause the secret place to shatter or even disappear. He had never been there, so he naturally had to make more preparations. He brought some people of each realm there. No matter which realm they were at, no matter which stage they were at, the divine sect could let them enter and gain benefits. This was success. King Kuin did not care what these people thought and continued to say with a smile, "Opportunities are often accompanied by danger. This is inevitable. However, the three realms is now in a great struggle. If you don't fight for it, others will fight for it. In the end, I'm afraid you will not be able to escape. After you enter the divine sect, I also hope that you can live until the end. I know nothing about what is in this secret place. The only thing I know is that unquestionable Jian was just an ordinary, true god in the past. When he died in battle, he already showed signs of breaking 8. If he didn't reincarnate, I'm afraid he would have broken 8. It has only been 2,000 years since he entered this place. That was in the past. Now, it is easier to comprehend the great Tao. If it were today, perhaps unquestionable Jian would have broken 8. Everyone, it's up to you whether you want to fight or not." King Kuin said indifferently, "Opportunities are rare. I am not an insatiable person. What is useful to you is useless to me. I don't care about useless things. What is useful to me might not be useful to you. You can't afford it. Since that's the case, it will be beneficial for both sides. We will each take what we need. I can enter and get everything. The useless things will naturally be handed to the corresponding people. You can enter and take what you can use. As for what you can't use, leave it to me." Everyone nodded, feeling a little excited. Since King Kuin said so, everyone would have a chance. King Kuin continued, "Yuan Gang provided the information, so the three of them will follow. I can't leave the divine sect rashly in case I attract attention from all sides. This time, King Qian and King Zhen will lead the team. I will hold the fort in the divine sect. If there is a need, I will rush over at any time. Also, according to Yuan Gang, the new heavenly court, Medicine God Island, and Water God Island might go over too. There might be conflicts. Before entering the secret place, try to restrain yourselves. Don't break out into a large-scale battle and attract attention. After entering, if there is a chance, kill them all." When he said that, everyone nodded hurriedly. Fang Ping hesitated for a moment, but still stood up and said nervously, "Lord King Kuin, I have just entered the divine sect. This matter, I think I will not participate. I am not very familiar with all the seniors here. I am worried that I will delay your matter." King Kuin chuckled. It's all right. The opportunity is destined. You are about to become a sage. This is also an opportunity. It is difficult to become a sage by cultivating hard. When the opportunity is right, becoming a sage is just a blink of an eye. Fang Ping's face was full of excitement and fear. He hurriedly said, "Thank you for your kindness, Lord." He was so touched. It turned out that King Kuan wanted to give him a chance to become a sage. This kind of leader was really worth following. He was willing to do anything. This was also King Kuan's purpose. Since a strange powerhouse came to join him, he naturally had to show his magnanimity. This time, there were many people participating. Although the seniors did not say anything, some newcomers still had to be given some opportunities. If Niu Meng became a sage, no matter what happened in the future, becoming a sage would also be a great opportunity. Naturally, he would owe him a favor. Fang Ping hurriedly thanked him, full of fear. On the side, King Pingshan was even more terrified. King Kuan must be crazy. He actually took the initiative to let Fang Ping go over, but he did not go himself. If Fang Ping made things difficult for him, it was over. He might die. King Pingshan really wanted to roar. No, even if he really let Fang Ping go, he did not want to go. But he did not dare to say it. He was afraid of death. He actually did not dare to go to the place of opportunity. What was this? Did he come to the divine sect just to eat and wait for death? In fact, it was true. But could King Kuan believe it? He might think that he was a mole, a spy, a traitor, but he did not want to go with Fang Ping and King Huai. He did not dare to go either. King Pingshan was about to cry. He did not dare to go because there was a slim chance of survival. King Kuan did not look at him and continued, "Everyone, don't go out of the divine sect's mainland these 2 days. Take a rest and prepare. 2 days later, we will set off for the celestial cemetery." He did not give the divine sect's mainland to prevent the news from spreading. As for other things, he did not have too many requirements. As he said, the others can leave. Tianbai, you entertain a few distinguished guests. Tianji, Huai Ying, Niu Meng, and the others can join the divine sect. If there is a suitable opportunity this time, I will not treat them differently. After speaking for a while, King Kuan waved his hand to signal everyone to leave. Soon, everyone went out of the main hall. The 3 heavenly kings were seated. King Kuan whispered, "King Qian, what do you think that place is?" King Qian shook his head. There are many secret places in the 3 realms. There are fragments of the heavenly realm, and there may be the existence of the Emperor's dojo. There is a powerhouse's dojo, an ancient land of the heavenly court. It is all possible. However, for unquestionable Jian to reach the peak of breaking 7 so quickly, this place is probably not simple. King Kuan nodded slightly. King Qian thought for a while and said, "There are a few other sects this time, so we need to be careful. We will also restrain ourselves to prevent others from taking advantage of us. However, these newcomers, not mentioning Yuan Gang and the other 2, King Huai, Niu Meng, and Tianji were also there." King Qian felt that there were too many outsiders. King Kuan smiled and said, "It's fine. It is also because they have just arrived that it is not a pity if they die. That place might not necessarily be peaceful. Death and death were common occurrences. These foreign powerhouses are still necessary to explore the way and find some traps. We can't bring our old friends to fight." King Qian nodded. This made some sense. Outsiders who had just entered probably did not have any sense of belonging. If they were sent there, it was fine if they died, but if they were alive, they would be exploited by the divine sect. King Jian heard this and said, "That's good too. If there are restrictions on the heavenly kings, they will be in charge. If there are no restrictions, these people can be used as pathfinders and it will reduce some danger." This time, King Qian nodded in agreement. He thought for a while and said, "The origins of the others are clear. Niu Meng, I have never heard of this god ox island in all these years. I have visited the periphery of the sea many times and have never found this god ox island Hong Kuan, look. Hong Kuan quickly smiled and said, "It's fine. It is just a venerable emperor. He won't cause too much of a commotion. This person is close to the sage realm. Once he breaks through, the divine sect will have one more sage. As for what you are worried about, the sea of bitterness is so big. You might not be able to find a small world if you hide it in the void. God Ox Island. I will send people to investigate. Of course, you all need to be careful in case you are schemed against by Huai Ying and the others." King Qian smiled and said, "I am at the peak of Break 7 realm. How can I be schemed against so easily? Since you think it is feasible, then let's do it. If Break 8 realm is involved, you need to get there in time to prevent any accidents." "Yes." King Kuan replied, "These people were the foundation of the divine sect. He didn't want them to die there. If Break 8 realm was really involved, he didn't mind getting involved." These people were discussing in the main hall. Outside the main hall, King Pingshan wanted to leave but couldn't. They were arranged by Tianbai to attend the banquet as a welcome party for Fang Ping and the others. There were not many people in the first place. There were only 30 powerhouses. The sages had their own circle, and the venerable emperors also had their own circle. However, Fang Ping was not familiar with them. At this moment, he was closer to these true gods. King Pingshan almost bumped into Fang Ping. He was afraid and subconsciously avoided Fang Ping. The more he acted like this, the more Fang Ping felt strange. This guy felt so scared. What was going on? Even if King Pingshan was timid, he shouldn't have not recovered after being shouted at by King Kuan. King Pingshan knew his pain. In fact, he was not too afraid that Fang Ping would kill him. The key was he was afraid that Fang Ping, this troublemaker, would kill everyone present. He wouldn't give him a chance. He was just a true god. Fang Ping was nothing. He wouldn't even know how he died. How could King Pingshan not be afraid? However, at this moment, in front of him, King Huai suddenly turned around and said with a smile, "Pingshan, you're here too. We haven't seen each other for a long time." King Pingshan smiled with difficulty. He felt that he was now in a wolf's den. There were quite a few wolves. Among these 30 people, there was a wolf hiding. No, King Huai was not hiding anymore. This was what they looked like on the surface. There was still a vicious beast lurking in the dark. This was the biggest danger. King Pingshan lamented in his heart. At this moment, Tianbai laughed and said, "Pingshan, since you are familiar with King Huai, then you should entertain King Huai and Venerable Emperor Niuming. These two will be stationed in the sect in the future. It's good to show them around." King Pingshan wanted to refuse and run, but he had no choice. He suppressed his trembling, bowed his head, and said, "Yes." He dared not disobey the saint's order, and he couldn't show any unwillingness. Otherwise, he was afraid that Fang Ping would know that he had discovered his identity, and then he would be finished. Sigh. A sigh echoed in his heart. At this moment, King Pingshan looked at the two beside him. He wanted to die. He just wanted to live in peace for a few days. P.S. I almost fell asleep writing. There are only 2 chapters left. I'll ask for some monthly votes at the end of the month. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 1279. Pingshan, it's been some time since we last met. You're almost at the Emperor tier, right? King Pingshan had the urge to burst into tears at King Huai's first words. At this moment, the few true gods in the vicinity looked at him with surprise on their faces. King Pingshan's face stiffened. Who was an emperor? How could I, a weak true monarch, be at the emperor realm? King Huai let out a laugh, his eyes darting around as he stared at King Pingshan. Helpless! King Pingshan said dryly, "King Huai, you must be joking. I don't have any hopes of becoming an overlord in this lifetime. You can't say that." The Huai King laughed and said, "You are also a martial artist who fought human King Fang Ping to a draw in the past. There are no weaklings among those who survived a battle with a human king." There was nothing wrong with those words. of those who had fought with Fang Ping and were still alive, there were not many weaklings. Just a few days ago, King Pingshan had fought Fang Ping. At that time, they were evenly matched. King Pingshan's face turned green. What do you mean by a draw? At that time, Fang Ping had just reached rank 9, and he was already a true god. When he fought Fang Ping evenly, it was only for the sake of safety. Now, the King Huai had actually used it as evidence to defame him. King Pingshan smiled and said, "King Huai, I've never provoked you, so why do you have to do this?" As soon as the Huai king said those words, the others couldn't help but suspect that he was concealing his true strength. Perhaps he really had the strength of an emperor. How wronged he was! King Huai smiled and didn't say anything else. He said, "Pingshan, give us a brief overview of the situation of the various forces in the Sea of Misery." These days, the forces in the Sea of Misery have undergone tremendous changes, and were almost overwhelmed. King Pingshan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he no longer mentioned these things. At this moment, he glanced cautiously at Fang Ping, who had not spoken a word, and said, "Today, Misery is divided into 3 parts: the shallow sea, the inner sea, and the deep sea. The shallow sea, which is where some of the demon clans' forbidden grounds used to be. The inner sea is where the 33 immortal islands are located. The deep sea is the territory of beginner martial arts powerhouses." At this moment, King Pingshan could not wait to talk about these things to distract Fang Ping and the others. He said, "Quickly, I'll mainly talk about the Inland Sea region. Since the last Emperor Advent battle ended, the Inland Sea region is mainly divided into 8 forces. First, the Divine Sect. The second was the Demon Court. Third, Medicine God Island. Fourth, the Divine Kingdom of Chaos. Fifth, Mount Wangwu. Number 6, Immortal Seeking Island. Number 7, the Water God Island." King Pingshan paused for a moment and said, "These 7 areas all have Heavenly King powerhouses holding down the fort. The 8th is the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Of course, that's just what they call themselves. In reality, their origins are complicated, and they all have their own backgrounds. I'll tell you about the first 7 forces later. You too should know some of the situation. Let's talk about the Rogue Cultivator Alliance first. The 2 of you should be familiar with the experts within it. You should know Saint Lin Hai of the Extreme Tao, Guardian Fengyan of the Divine Sect, and Saint Enran of the East Emperor. Other than these 3 sages, I heard that 2 more sages have revived recently. One is from the Extreme Path Sect, and the other is from the East Emperor Sect. Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Fang Ping had heard of this before. They were not considered a rogue cultivator. They were just a group of powerhouses who did not have the strength of a heavenly king. They were unwilling to rely on the 4 sides, so they formed an alliance. It was like a hodgepodge. There were people from all kinds of forces. At this moment, Fang Ping calculated for a while and was slightly speechless. The 8 major forces, Immortal Seeking Island, Water Force Divine Island, and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, were actually related to him. Immortal Seeking Island was actually the Spirit Emperor sect. Recently, Lin Zi was not always in the human race. Sometimes she would go to Immortal Seeking Island. As for Water Force, when Water Force became a saint and came out of seclusion last time, he did not see Li Wuji. Now that Emperor Nan's first seat had returned, Fang Ping was not sure what Emperor Nan's thoughts were for the time being. Moreover, Fang Ping and the others had killed a saint from Emperor Nan's bloodline before. It was not good to say anything now. King Huai thought for a while and suddenly smiled. "Marshal Yuan Gang, I have something to ask you." Yuan Gang, who was walking in front, slowed down and smiled. "What is it, King Huai?" The 9 emperors should have their first disciples. Now, the Beast Emperor, East Emperor, Earthly Emperor, and Spirit Emperor haven't appeared. Could it be that they have fallen? Lin Zi was not Spirit Emperor's first seat. She was Spirit Emperor's niece. Hong Kuan and Hong Yu were not Earthly Emperor's first disciples either. As for Beast Emperor and East Emperor, their first disciples had not appeared either. In the past, these people were either heavenly kings or top saints. Their strength was not weak. 5 of the 9 emperors' first seats had appeared. However, Ji Yin was killed, and the other 4 were still alive. Hearing this, Yuan Gang smiled and said, "Let's not talk about Spirit Emperor. She doesn't have many powerhouses under her. Lin Zi breaking through to the Heavenly King realm is already unexpected. The previous first seat was comparable to Kai Dai. I'm not too sure whether he has completely died or not. Even if he has recovered, he should only be a saint now. Lord Earthly Emperor." He glanced at Tianbai. Tianbai saw this and smiled faintly. Lord Earthly Emperor teaches without discrimination. He has many powerhouses under him. He did have a first disciple in the past, but he died in battle in the 3 realms. Later, Lord Kuan became one of the 8 emperors, and his disciples were led by Lord Kuan. King Huai nodded. So that was it. There were indeed many powerhouses under the Earthly Emperor. It was a little scary. Among the 36 saints, many of them were on good terms with the Earthly Emperor. It was not convenient for Yuan Gang to talk about the Earthly Emperor. Hearing Tianbai mention the Earthly Emperor, Yuan Gang continued, "The Beast Emperor doesn't accept disciples. The monster race focuses on bloodline inheritance. There are many powerhouses in the dragon race. Cosmic Dragon is a descendant of the Beast Emperor. The Beast Emperor also has a few direct descendants, but I don't know how they are now. Dragon transformation, Heavenly King, is a dragon, so he should have a close relationship with the Beast Emperor. He might be one of the Beast Emperor's descendants. As for East Emperor, speaking of East Emperor, Yuan Gang thought for a while and said, Lord East Emperor had a wide circle of friends in the heavenly court. He had many disciples, but now I only heard that the Anren saint has recovered. First Seat Hong doesn't have much contact with us. Back then, Lord East Emperor became an emperor early. Before he became an emperor, he had disciples everywhere. Hong is much older than us. He is even older than Lord Divine Emperor's first seat, Heavenly King Yi. I don't know much about him. I don't know if he has fallen or recovered. Maybe he is not dead. He has been hiding in the dark." Yuan Gang smiled and said, "This person might be on par with Heavenly King Zhen and Heavenly King Feng. They are all powerhouses of that generation." Yuan Gang mainly talked about Chief East Emperor, who did not appear. As for the others, there was nothing worth mentioning. Fang Ping also sighed. This woman, Spirit Emperor, was really miserable. No, her disciples were miserable. Yuan Gang did not even bother to talk about this emperor's first seat. Glancing at Fat Cat from the corner of his eyes, Fang Ping cursed in his heart. That was true. The good things of the Spirit Imperial family were all wasted by this cat. Where would there be a large number of resources to cultivate disciples? Cat Tiger's face was cute. He did not admit it. It was not him. The Spirit Imperial family's first seat could not do it. That was because Spirit Emperor ate it himself and became fat. At this time, Yuan Gang said again, most of the 8 major forces in the deep sea are actually related to the Emperor. The Divine Emperor's Medicine God Island, the Beast Emperor's should be the Demon Court, the Earthly Emperor's Divine Sect, the North Emperor's Royal House, the Spirit Emperor's Immortal Seeking Island, the South Emperor's Water God Island. As he said that, Yuan Gang sighed. If eldest senior brother had returned, this bitter sea might have had a place for the Emperor. He did not bother to say the rest of the sentence. Ji Yin died too fast. Nowadays, among the 9 emperors' factions, the East Emperor and the Emperor were doing the worst. As for the West Emperor, they were not weak. They had 2 heavenly kings. But that guy in the celestial terminus was not very reliable. He ran away with the West Emperor Palace. As a result, the West Emperor's first seat, Sheng Hong, had to go to the Medicine God Island. Moon Spirit was almost the same. She did not care about the North Emperor's first seat. Lord Huai did not continue this topic. The emperor was not weak, but they were doing badly. Fang Ping liked things that hurt people's hearts. He would not do it. Lord Huai quickly changed the topic. The power of the extreme path seems to be very weak. Apart from the sky-bestowing king, are there any other heavenly kings? There are 4 extreme path emperors, and there is not even one heavenly king realm disciple. Heaven Emperor Zhan is too young. I don't think he has any disciples. Heaven Emperor Batian likes to travel around. He has a few disciples, but no one to guide them. Later, some of them went away. The remaining ones are probably dead. Heaven Reverse Emperor is old, but he never had a few disciples. Heaven Destroyer Emperor has a lot of disciples, but during the war, most of his disciples died. Yuan Gang shook his head and said, among the 4 emperors' sects, only his bloodline has the most people. When the war broke out, the heaven-destroying palace was also the target of the others. Naturally, his bloodline suffered the most casualties. I'm afraid only a few survived. They walked and chatted. Although they did not talk about important secrets, they had a better understanding of the ancient times. Soon, Tianbai took them to the banquet. All kinds of fruits, meat, and nectar. The divine sects were rich in resources. There were also beautiful martial artists around the banquet, but few of the martial artists present paid attention to them. At this level, what they pursued was the peak of martial arts. Few of the old guys who had lived for tens of thousands of years cared about sex. As a top-level venerable emperor, Fang Ping was not weak among them. The sages even treated him as a sage. After all, Fang Ping was still young. If he had some opportunities, he might be able to become a sage soon. As they chatted, they talked about the Tomb of Heaven. Speaking of the Tomb of Heaven, Yuan Gang could not help but shake his head. The Tomb of Heaven is where the celestial court used to be. There must be a lot of benefits there, but it's also very dangerous. Especially, there are many beginner martial artists sealed there. It's terrible. Don't do anything on your way to the Tomb of Heaven in case you attract the attention of the powerhouses in the Tomb of Heaven. Fang Ping did not say much before. Now he asked with some doubts, Sir, since there are beginner martial artists sealed in the Tomb of Heaven, why didn't you just kill them back then? Yuan Gang smiled. I don't know. The emperors must have some differences in how they treat beginner martial artists. Years ago, the battle between Origin and beginner martial artists ended. Beginner martial artists were defeated. However, they sealed themselves and were not killed. Maybe it's because the emperors were also beginner martial artists. We died too early, so we don't know what happened later. But as far as I know, there's a powerhouse like Fist God among those who are sealed now. Fist God is also one of the oldest few beginner martial artists. He is hot-tempered and often hurts people and takes their lives at the slightest disagreement. The seal of the Tomb of Heaven may not last long, so everyone must be careful. Also, the heavenly hound of the Origin is guarding the Tomb of Heaven. He is also hot-tempered. I'm telling everyone this. Unless it's a last resort, don't go into the depths of the Tomb of Heaven by mistake. It's too dangerous. Tianbai nodded and warned, everyone, don't be careless. If you encounter special circumstances and get separated, you must go to the periphery. Don't go deeper. Everyone nodded hurriedly. They would not rush in recklessly if it was a matter of life and death. King Huai smiled and asked, Marshal, does everyone know nothing about the situation in the secret place? Yuan Gang smiled. It's not a lie to say that we don't know anything. But it's not that we don't know anything. For example, the combat Heavenly Palace and Heavenly Emperor Battle's heart were actually taken out from the secret place by the Demon Emperor. However, the combat Heavenly Palace and Heavenly Emperor Battle's heart might have lost too much power, so they didn't reflect Heavenly Emperor Battle's strength. Tianbai was surprised. Were they taken out from the secret place? Could it be that Heavenly Emperor Battle died in the secret place back then? Back then, it was Heavenly Emperor Battle who disappeared first that triggered the great chaos later on. Yuan Gang said hesitantly, it's hard to say. It might be like this. That place might be the place where Heavenly Emperor battle fell, so it's not together with the tomb of heaven. Upon hearing that it was the place where Heavenly Emperor battle fell, everyone was somewhat excited. The place where an extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor died in battle. If extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor had some benefits left behind, then they would be rich. Yuan Gang continued. And it might not be just these. Previously, Master descended upon the 3 realms. Since he entered the divine sect, this Yuan will also say a few more words. It might not be purely for the sake of killing Fang Ping. It might also be related to this place. The descent of a human emperor might be related to this place. As for killing Fang Ping, perhaps it was just something in passing at the beginning. It was just that he did not expect that an accident would occur, and was finally chased back to the depths of the origin. With him saying so, everyone became even more excited. Even a sovereign wanted to investigate. In that case, there might be a huge harvest this time. Fang Ping was also listening seriously, but he was thinking whether War King and the rest had any gains inside or not. Listening to the meaning of these words, that place was not simple. War King and the rest might have taken away all the benefits. Could it be that they had become saints or heavenly kings now? Just as Fang Ping was thinking about War King. In a pavilion, War King stared at the roof again and again. Suddenly he went crazy and said, "Let me out. Mother of ***, let me out. I don't want to do this anymore. Let me go back." No one paid attention to him. War King wanted to cry. "I'm begging you, let me out. I'm going crazy. What are you guys trying to do? How old am I? Is it appropriate to lock me in a small dark room? How long have I been locked up? Get out. Silence. I'm going to die. Who will save me?" War King cried bitterly. "I can't take it anymore. If this goes on, I'm going to go crazy. I'm here to look for opportunities, not to be abused. Even if I'm abused, you can at least give me some benefits." Being locked up like this every day, he even had the thought of dying. "Xiao Weigua Zhang Hao, where did the 2 of you go? Come and save me." War King wailed. If he had known this place would be like this, he would not have come even if he was beaten to death. Old Devil Li had said that this place was full of treasures, but that guy had never been here before. What the hell did he know? He even kicked her in. She might have been kicked by him. That was why she was so unlucky. War King wailed for a while, but no one paid attention to him. After sighing for a while, War King sprawled on the table and said weakly, "Someone come? It's fine if there's no benefit, but it's fine if you can chat with me for a while. Are you going to lock me up until I die? Help me, quick." The Battle King held out one after another. He had been howling for many days now. He had even forgotten just how long he had been locked up in here. But these days were truly inhumane for him. Right at this moment, a strange voice sounded from outside the pavilion. "Fatty, study hard. Once you're done, I'll let you out." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. The world fell silent again. War King was not surprised. He scolded, "Study your ancestors. You always say the same thing, and then you disappear. Do you think I can read a few books and words in this shabby place? You should at least teach me a few words. How can I read if you haven't taught me anything? How can I read?" He was furious. This was not a message transmitted by mind energy. It was a real book, but he could not read a single word. How could he learn without a teacher? No matter how strong the overlord level mind energy was, or how fast he could learn, the key was that he had to teach him something before he could learn. Outside there was no sound. War King was annoyed. He punched the door, but it did not budge. War King was not surprised. He was just venting. He had been punching the door for a long time since the first day he came to this place, but it did not open. Not only that, this place could not even restore his qi and blood. He had consumed a lot of qi and blood during this time, and he had lost a lot of weight. Only his golden body was powerful and could be considered immortal. Otherwise, as a venerable sovereign, he might have starved to death. Alas! War King sighed. This place is mysterious. I always feel something is wrong. Unfortunately, I can't get out and I can't see anything. I don't know if Old Li will come to save me. If he doesn't come, I will die. If Old Li doesn't come, it's fine. Fong Ping and Zhang Tao, it's been so long and they don't even think about me. They don't have a conscience. War King cursed again. He had been locked up for so long. They should at least care about him. At this moment, there was a small movement on the top of the building. War King looked up. At this moment, someone drilled a small hole on the roof. It was so small that it could not be seen. War King's eyes moved, and he looked up hurriedly. The entrance of the cave was blocked. Black pupils. War King was sure it was eyes. Someone was looking at him. Who are you? War King looked up, his eyes sharp. What do you want? Why are you locking me up? Soon he realized something was wrong. If this person was locking him up, there was no reason for him to drill a hole on the roof to look at him. Could it be a third powerhouse? He thought it was a powerhouse because he didn't know what the building material was made of. He couldn't even break it with his strength of venerable emperor. Now, someone had drilled a small hole, which meant the person must be stronger than him. The black pupils were still there, but no one spoke. It seemed to be looking at War King. War King even felt puzzled and curious. Who are you? What do you want? Let me out and we can talk. War King had finally met someone, so he was not willing to give up. At this moment, he said hurriedly, What do you want to know? I will tell you. The pupils were still looking at him. Soon the pupils disappeared. There was a glimmer of light. War King hurriedly rushed up and punched. However, the small hole did not crack. Instead, it closed quickly. At this moment, he seemed to hear voices outside. No, it's a little fatty. Then the hole disappeared. The voices were gone. War King's expression changed slightly. Then he frowned and fell into deep thought. The voice just now, damn, what the hell is this place? War King cursed. There must be a lot of secrets in this place. Most importantly, he couldn't get out and no one could talk to him. War King looked back at the books behind him. Even though he often damaged them, they were still books. There was no sign of damage. The War King cursed. Forget it, I'll just continue reading. Although he couldn't understand them, maybe he would understand them as he continued reading. He would never come to this shabby place again. Although he thought about it, the last words he had heard were still echoing in his mind. Because of this, War King suddenly calmed down and tried to get out as soon as possible. He wanted to find out what this place was. At the same time, Earth. Zhang Tao looked up at the sky. He was used to this gesture now. Countless powerhouses liked to look up at the sky. Some people just wanted to follow the crowd, while others really saw something. At this moment, Zhang Tao saw it. A figure appeared beside him and said softly, Did you see it? Yes, Zhang Tao answered. He looked up and murmured, The sky is going to change. Old Devilly, isn't the sun even bigger? Yes, it is. Heaven-suppressing king said in a low voice, The heavenly wall is shaking. Something big will happen soon. The 9 heavens is collapsing. There are signs of it. The 9 heavens collapsing, Zhang Tao frowned. The 9 heavens collapsing. Heaven and earth returning to one? Maybe. Heaven-suppressing king said in a low voice, The first heaven will collapse first, then continue. In the future, the 9 heavens may disappear completely. The 3 realms will become a new 3 realms. There will be no need to shatter the void anymore. The space will be extremely stable. Zhang Tao broke the space with one punch. At this moment, he had only broken the first heaven. Zhang Tao sensed it silently and said after a while, There are some changes in the first heaven. That means after the first heaven is broken, to break the void again, you need at least 300,000 calories of vitality. That's right. Heaven-suppressing king said solemnly, The 9 heavens didn't exist since ancient times. After the origin path appeared, the 9 heavens came into existence. Now that the 9 heavens is collapsing, it may mean many things. Yes, Zhang Tao had just finished lamenting when heaven-suppressing king said with a bitter smile, "Don't think about this. You're in trouble. The human race must become martial artists immediately. Otherwise, once the first heaven is broken, the space will be stable and the pressure will increase. Ordinary people will be crushed to death instantly. Become martial artists and have strong vitality. They can adapt slowly." As soon as he said that, Zhang Tao's expression changed. "After it's broken, the pressure will increase." Yes, heaven suppressing king nodded. "This is inevitable. Once it's broken, there will be spatial turbulence. You must be careful and make arrangements immediately. Otherwise, there will be huge changes to everything now." "I understand." Zhang Tao's expression was solemn. This was a troublesome matter. If not for heaven-suppressing king's reminder, once it was really broken, countless people might die instantly. Heaven-suppressing king said again, "It's impossible to judge whether the 9 heavens breaking is a good thing or a bad thing. At the very least, after breaking a first heaven, cultivation will be easier. The closer the energy is to us, the denser it is. The same goes for the origin path." Fang Ping said that the origin world was 10th heaven. It was not without reason. The immortal source was in 9th heaven and the origin was in 10th heaven. Breaking a heaven meant that the closer one was to the energy and the immortal source. This is an opportunity, but also a crisis. If you seize the opportunity, you can soar to the sky. Zhang Tao nodded, but his expression was still solemn. When he looked at the sky again, the feeling that the sun gave him was indeed bigger. "Old Li, how long will it take for a first heaven to break?" "Very soon. Maybe a month. No longer than 3 months." Heaven-suppressing king said again, "When all 9th heaven is broken, it might be the day when the heaven-human barrier is completely broken. Chaos will come." "Understood." Zhang Tao let out a long breath. The countdown to chaos had officially begun. That kid Fang Ping hoped that he would gain something this time. "P.S. Please get some monthly votes." Sob, sob, sob. Forget about the first place. The last few days seem to be dangerous. Chapter 1280. The Divine Sect. After the banquet, the Divine Sect began to prepare for departure. As an outsider, although Fang Ping could participate in this operation, it was obvious that the other party did not completely trust him. No one told Fang Ping about the specific arrangements. Including King Huai, he was also excluded. The real core was King Qian, King Zhen, and Tianbai. The other 3 saints of the emperor's bloodline were sometimes summoned to discuss some matters. The Divine Sect on the coast. King Pingshan once again took the 2 people to familiarize themselves with the environment of the Divine Sect. King Pingshan's task now was to be their guide. As Fang Ping took a step closer, King Pingshan quietly stepped back a little. Fang Ping looked at him with a half-smile and said lightly, "King Pingshan, I've noticed that you seem to be very wary of standing next to me. You've already avoided me a few times. Do you think that I'm not worthy to stand next to you?" "No, no." King Pingshan's face turned purple. He hurriedly said, "You misunderstood me, Master. I just feel that I'm not qualified to stand side by side with you. Please don't think too much." "Really?" Fang Ping smiled and said playfully, "I'm actually a little curious. I think I'm cautious and don't talk much. How did you find out?" King Pingshan played dumb and said, "What do you mean, Master?" "You don't know? What Master said is too profound." "I'm stupid." King Pingshan continued to play dumb. "I don't know you. I don't know your identity. This place is close to the coast, and we can leave the Divine Sect at any time. Pingshan, do you know why you insist on taking us here?" Fang Ping smiled sinisterly. King Pingshan's face turned green. "I didn't think about this before you mentioned it. Now that you mentioned it, I thought of it. It's convenient to kill people and run away." "Master!" King Pingshan had a pleading look on his face. "Your Excellency, I used to be your comrades in arms." Fang Ping was stunned. "Comradeship? Do you mean the fake fight between us?" Master, please spare my life. King Pingshan pleaded, I will never say a word to anyone. Master, please spare my life. King Huai watched the show with a sinister smile. Fang Ping didn't bother to scare him anymore. He said lightly, Tell me, how did you find out? Master, you have an extraordinary temperament. No matter how you try to hide it, you can't hide your majesty. Shut up! Fang Ping scolded. Although you're telling the truth, can you not be so direct? Speak human language. King Pingshan was embarrassed and said in a low voice, It's just some of my lord's decorations. He gave a simple explanation and hurriedly said, What do you need me to do for you? This lowly one will go through water and tread on fire. The last time this lowly one sought refuge with the Dragon Island, it was originally because I thought that the Dragon Island would be on the same side as you. That's why I sought refuge with the Dragon Island. Who knew that Cosmic Dragon and the Dragon Emperor would suddenly leave? I had no choice but to stay in the Divine Sect. Now that your Excellency is here, this lowly one will join the human race and pledge my loyalty to your Excellency. I will die for your Excellency. As he spoke, he was about to bow and enter the human race. Fang Ping was a little speechless. He looked at King Huai and smiled faintly. Pingshan is your brother? King Huai smiled brilliantly and said in a low voice, A wise man submits to circumstances. Some people in the 3 realms have already gone crazy. The longer they live, the crazier they become. As for me and Pingshan, we are not old among the true monarchs. We are not hegemons, and we are not in danger of losing our lifespans. We do not seek to rule over the 3 realms. Since that's the case, survival is naturally the most important thing. The underlying meaning was very clear. They did not want to be the boss, and there was no threat of their lifespans. They had not reached the end of their lives. Just one sentence. It was fine as long as they lived. As for the rest, they did not care. There were actually quite a number of people who had such thoughts. However, after reaching true God level, these few were the only ones who showed it so obviously. After all, reaching true God level, there were also the hegemons of a region in the past. Some people were used to being high and mighty and might not be able to lower their heads. However, these 2 did not have such concerns. They were not figures like life monarchs. If it were life monarchs, they would not easily bow their heads at this moment, because life monarchs were the hegemons of the catacombs and were once expected to unify the catacombs. Fang Ping understood the meaning and said with a smile, That's right, a wise man submits to circumstances. Unfortunately, just this simple sentence, how many people in the 3 realms who have lived for tens of thousands of years can understand it? Fang Ping shook his head and sighed. There are not many people who can really understand it. Sometimes, actually, aren't we the same? A wise man submits to circumstances. It was easy to say, but there were really not many who could really do it, including Fang Ping. If he really understood and accepted his fate, then there was no need for him to struggle anymore. If the emperor wanted to scheme against him, then let them scheme against him. Now he was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He only wanted to stop the emperor, and even wanted to kill the emperor. Just based on this, Fang Ping had no right to say that others did not understand. Fang Ping did not mention his identity. Since King Pingshan already knew, Fang Ping did not speak politely. Help me find out who King Kuan gave the saint token to. He will not use it himself. This time, he might give it to a saint to use. Oh right, King Zhen does not have the saint token and Heavenly King seal. Help me check if he took it. Also, if there is a way, try to persuade King Kuan to give the King Kuan seal to King Zhen. King Pingshan's face changed. Persuade King Kuan to give the King Kuan token to King Zhen. Was this something that a human could do? Fang Ping was overestimating himself. He was only a true god who came to seek refuge, not a heavenly king. He had only seen King Kuan a few times. Fang Ping smiled. Try. You have been here for some time. It might not be impossible. You don't need to tell them personally. Think of a way to persuade them. King Kuan might not be easy, but I think there is a way to persuade King General spread the news to King General without the Heavenly King seal. He is a broken 6, Heavenly King. With the Heavenly King seal, he is one of the 8 kings. It won't be hard for him to control it. He can even fight against a broken 7 Heavenly King. If King Jen leads the team there, shouldn't King Kuin express his opinion? If King Jen requests it, King Kuin is not afraid that King Jen will steal his Heavenly King seal. There is still a chance. It just depends on how you do it, and how you do it quietly. King Pingshan smiled bitterly. He thought for a while and looked at King Huai. Fong Ping smiled. King, Huai can't do it. In the past he still had a chance, but now everyone knows that he is cunning. His image is ruined. If he says it, others will be wary and it will attract King Kuin's attention. You can do it. Think of a way. King Pingshan cried and said in a low voice, Lord, this. Fong Ping was tired. He frowned and said, Doesn't King Jen have any friends with true gods? Think of a way to spread the news and let them think about it. If it works, then it will work. If not, then forget it. King Pingshan could only nod. Fong Ping calculated for a while. If it really didn't work, he would get the sage token. It was fine even if the Heavenly King seal was delayed. However, there was a high chance that King Jen would lead the team to borrow the Heavenly King seal from King Kuin. Also, there will be people from other forces going there. You can find out more about it. Okay. This time, King Pingshan didn't refuse. He thought for a while and said, There should be people from Godland. Lord, do we need to create chaos and start a war between the divine sects in Godland? Fong Ping glanced at him. Not bad. He was self-taught. He even knew how to answer first. We can try. However, they should know how to restrain themselves. You might not be able to do it. King Pingshan nodded. He was just saying it. If Fong Ping really took the risk to do it, he would be overestimating him. As they chatted, King Huai's expression changed. He looked into the distance and quickly said, Let's go to the temple. King Kuin has summoned us. It seems like we are ready to go. The 3 of them didn't say much and quickly walked toward the temple. At the same time, Water God Island. Emperor Nan's first seat, Yin Fei, Water God, and Li Wuji gathered. At this moment, Water God had advanced another level in the Sage Realm. His aura was stronger than before. As for Li Wuji, he was no longer at the peak. Instead, he seemed to be close to the Emperor Realm. At this moment, Li Wuji was still in the form of a bull. He stepped on the ground and said in a muffled voice, Aren't you going to tell the humans? Yin Fei frowned slightly and said in a low voice, Tell the humans are the enemies of the 3 realms. Previously, they killed many inspectors. Once we come into contact with the humans, we will immediately kill them. Li Wuji said in a muffled voice, But I am still the Sea Guardian of the humans. Yin Fei's face was cold. He said in a low voice, Don't mention this again. Even if the Sea Guardian has become a monster emperor, don't mention it again. How can the descendants of Emperor Nin guard the seas for the humans? Moreover, the humans won't win. The humans seem powerful, but in reality, only Fong Ping and Zhang Tao truly belong to the humans. Of these 2, Fong Ping is feared by the emperors. Zhang Tao and the emperor will definitely fight. Both of them will die, or even have no chance of survival. That's not necessarily true. Li Wuji still found it hard to say. Fong Ping was very mysterious. He broke 6 today. Maybe he would break 7 tomorrow. The day after that he would break 8 and then 9. Who said that he definitely couldn't defeat the emperors. It was not easy for it to find a backer. Now that it was denied, it was also unhappy. Yin Fei's expression became gloomier. He looked at Water God. Water God had turned into human form. Seeing this, he stomped Li Wuji into the ground and chuckled. Yin Fei, this little calf, is inexperienced. Don't be calculative with it. It was Emperor Nan's mount. Its status was not low. Yin Fei had no subordinates now. He still needed the support of Water God Island. Otherwise, if a true god powerhouse like Li Wuji kept questioning him, Yin Fei would have been angry long ago. By not being angry, he was giving face to Water God. Water God stomped Li Wuji into the ground and chuckled. Yin Fei, if we don't inform the humans, then we are still not strong enough. If there is a conflict, we might not be their match. Why don't we invite a few strong reinforcements? Yin Fei said lightly, where can we get reinforcements now? Moreover, there won't be any conflict with the patrollers for now. It's not that there's no one. Isn't Moon Spirit in the royal house? Seijue is in the royal house too. Yin Fei frowned. What was he thinking? Invite Moon Spirit? She was the descendant of the North Emperor. Water God did not mind. He smiled. Moon Spirit and Hongyu had a falling out. She has her own thoughts too. I had some contact with Moon Spirit in the past. It's not impossible to invite her. Yin Fei frowned. We'll discuss this later. Obviously, he did not plan to discuss it later. Water God raised his eyebrows. He thought for a while and said, what about the Demon Court? Not the Demon Emperor, but the Dragon Clan of the Demon Court. Long Yu and I have a good relationship too. The Dragon Emperor and I are all right too. Li Wuji, who was being stepped on, could not help but say, all right? Patriarch, weren't you defeated by the Dragon Emperor and North Sea previously? Water God really wanted to stomp this calf to death. Was this something a human could say? Didn't they know that it was a friendly spar? Yin Fei could not be bothered with the two bulls. He said lightly, no need. The demons are not on the same side as us. The moment he said that, Water God smiled. Yin Fei, I'm also a demon. Yin Fei was stunned. He had almost forgotten. He quickly smiled. Water God, you are different. You are Master's Mount. How can those demons compare to you? Water God was speechless. He did not want to say anything else. Yin Fei was determined to send them on their way. However, Water God was a little worried about Li Wuji. He said, then let Wuji stay behind to guard Water God Island. No. Yin Fei said in a low voice. We do not know the exact situation now. We're not sure if only true gods can enter or if there are any restrictions after entering. If that's not the case, I can go alone. But because we are not sure, we have to go just in case we do not have a chance to enter. Wuji is too weak. Water God smiled. How about this? Emperor Nan's palace is also a treasure. Yin Fei, why don't you lend it to Wuji for protection? No. Yin Fei had just refused when Li Wuji said, that's not yours. It belongs to my patriarch, Wuji. Water God scolded, nonsense. It belongs to Emperor Nan. I am only keeping it for Emperor Nan. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will kill you. Li Wuji snorted. It belonged to the patriarch. Emperor Nan had disappeared for 8,000 years. Besides, without the patriarch, this thing could not be preserved. Yin Fei took over Emperor Nan's palace as soon as he arrived because he was the first seat of Emperor Nan. Based on what? Li Wuji was very unhappy. His patriarch status might not be lower than this first seat. A follower and a mount, who said that a follower's status must be higher than a mount. Yin Fei narrowed his eyes and smiled. All right, then I will lend it to Wuji for protection. With that, a small palace flew out and instantly entered Li Wuji's body. Water God smiled. Yin Fei, thank you. He did not want to fall out with Yin Fei, but it was indeed dangerous for Li Wuji to go. If Yin Fei really did not give it to him, he would not be happy. The Emperor Nan's palace that had been preserved for 8,000 years was taken away by Yin Fei. Since he was the first seat of Emperor Nan, Water God did not say anything. But it was still necessary for his descendants to use it for protection. Li Wuji put away Emperor Nan's palace and said again, Patriarch, we still lack an emperor level. If only emperor level can enter, how can we enter? Water God looked at Yin Fei. Yin Fei frowned again. This was a difficult problem. Only emperor level can enter. Try to break through by force. As soon as Yin Fei finished speaking, Li Wuji said, I am afraid that will be difficult and may not work. There are a few emperor-level experts in the three realms who are not very clear on this. Ming Ting's Di Zun is now in the sea. Why don't you invite him to go with you? Ming Ting. Yin Fei thought about it, and a look of contempt appeared in his eyes. Ming Ting is still alive. He knew that fellow. Ming Ting was an ancient true god. He had lived to the end of his life, which was about 10,000 years. 8,000 years ago, that fellow was already a true god. Now, if not for Fong Ping's help, he would probably have died of old age. Yin Fei also knew a little about his situation. He smiled and said, "This person helped the humans in battle before." Li Wuji said indifferently, "There are too many powerhouses who helped the humans in battle." That day, the powerhouses of the three realms even helped the humans to kill an emperor. Doesn't that mean that there is no one in the three realms who can cooperate with us? Yin Fei frowned at it. He was a heavenly king, the first disciple of Emperor Nan. This calf provoked him again and again. Li Wuji was not afraid of him. It was really not afraid. Unlike its patriarch, Li Wuji felt that there was no need for it to be afraid of a fellow who had broken 6. The patriarch listened to him because he was concerned about Emperor Nan. It did not know Emperor Nan. At this moment, being stared at by Yin Fei, Li Wuji's eyes were blank. It said, as if it was talking in its sleep, "Besides, I am also a sea guardian appointed by the humans. I have also helped the humans. Does that mean that I can't be trusted? I even drank wine and ate meat with the human king. Right, there is also the God creation envoy. He even used a body with me. He was just saying it casually, but it was just that awesome." It was not like he did not have a backer. Li Wuji was secretly pleased. "You dared to touch me. Aren't you afraid of revenge?" Who would take revenge? Of course it was the humans. After all, he was a sea guardian appointed by the humans. Although his strength was not much, he was the first force in the three realms to surrender to the humans. It was even earlier than the Xuanda Grotto Heaven. Would the humans just watch him be killed? Yin Fei suppressed the anger in his heart. His eyes were not too friendly. Seeing this, Xue Li laughed and stepped on Li Wuji's foot again. He laughed and said, "This little calf only knows how to talk nonsense all day long. Yin Fei, don't bother with it. Since you are not willing to find external help, let's go." Yin Fei did not care about Li Wuji anymore. He hated this little calf very much. Unfortunately, other than him, no one else in Emperor Nan's bloodline had recovered. There was, but junior brother Qinyan had recovered. In the end, thinking of this, Yin Fei frowned slightly. He knew a little about how Qinyan died. The humans killed a saint of Emperor Nan's bloodline for no reason. This was also a grudge. Unfortunately, the humans were powerful now. There was nothing they could do. Moreover, he knew more. Qinyan's death had a lot to do with Li Wuji. Fong Ping banished Qinyan into the fake heavenly tomb. The reason was that Qinyan had occupied the Waterforce Island and banished Li Wuji, the sea guardian. That was why he had an excuse to banish Qinyan, causing Qinyan to be killed by King Wu and the others. Yin Fei was still thinking. Li Wuji kicked the patriarch with his hoof, revealing a puzzled look. Really not looking for the humans? "Patriarch, if we don't look for the humans for help, I won't be at ease if we follow this guy. I'm afraid of death. I'm afraid that he will attack me from behind." Li Wuji was worried about Yin Fei. Xue Li also transmitted his voice. "Cut the crap! Yin Fei is the first disciple of Emperor Nan. Your patriarch is still alive. He won't do anything to you. What if I kill you as well? I heard that there are many people eyeing your beef." Xue Li really wanted to stomp him to death. Was this something a descendant should say? Xue Li's eyes were unfriendly. He transmitted his voice. "Remember, your patriarch is a member of Emperor Nan's bloodline. Unless you really split with Emperor Nan now. Yin Fei now represents Emperor Nan. Don't provoke him again. You want to rely on the humans. I know what you're thinking, but you have to know that the humans have no emperor. If they lose, they will be doomed eternally. And Emperor Nan is an emperor after all. Li Wuji knew this, but did not care too much. He was not stupid. At this moment, he transmitted his voice. Patriarch, invest separately. You continue to be loyal to Emperor Nan. Wuji will rely on the humans. This way, if the 9 emperors win, the Patriarch will save Wuji's life. If the humans win, Wuji will save the Patriarch's life. Wuji had also studied the history books of the various races in the 3 realms. When the dynasties fought for hegemony, the rise of the dynasties and the chaos, the great clans would invest in many aspects. It would be troublesome if they were hung on a tree. Would Emperor Nan definitely win? That was not necessarily the case. Anyway, Wuji felt that the humans still had hope. Moreover, Wuji was only a true god. In the bloodline of the emperors, there was no lack of true gods. But in the humans, true gods were also the backbone of the power and were more valued. Shui Li looked at this descendant with a strange expression. This little calf was not stupid after all. However, Water Li transmitted his voice. We'll discuss this later. Patriarch, it's not later. Wuji needs some proof of allegiance. Wuji feels that this treasured land is a good opportunity. Why don't we secretly inform the humans and do them a favor, lest the human kings think that we have something important to hide? Yin Fei is here. I can't send the message. Li Wuji did not care. That's you. Who said that I can't? He did not say anything else to prevent the transmission from being eavesdropped. Soon, a group of 1 man and 2 oxen rose into the air and left the Water Force Divine Island. Not long after they left, Li Wuji, who was flying, shattered a jade pendant in his stomach. Just as they left for a period of time, a figure appeared with a flash, taking away a jade pendant near the Water Force God Island. It was used to transmit sound. The Water Force Divine Island moved, and so did the other forces. In the West Royal Palace, Heaven's Extremity cursed and continued to flee on the West Royal Palace. Beside him, Sheng Nan looked like he wanted to say something. Heaven's Extremity suddenly turned around and cursed. You told him? Bastard. How dare you? This guy came to us to send us to our deaths. If you want to go, leave the West Royal Palace immediately. Sheng Nan smiled bitterly. Your Highness, eldest senior brother is... What is he? Heaven's Extremity snorted, more like courting death. Do you really think you can do anything just because you are a heavenly king? The patrol is still being watched by all forces. Do you really think you are safe? If anything happens in the 3 realms, the first to die will be the patrol. Getting rid of the spies of the sovereigns is the consensus of all forces. There will be no good ending if you get involved with these people. But eldest senior brother said that this is an opportunity for your Highness to break through 7 or even 8. Sheng Nan said respectfully, Your Highness, with the emergence of experts from all the branches and the emergence of those who break through 8, your Highness can't hide forever. There will always be accidents like last time. Heaven's Extremity's expression was ugly. Last time he failed miserably. At the last moment, he actually went to kill the sovereigns. What a great humiliation. Sheng Nan actually dared to hurt him. Sheng Nan said sincerely, Your Highness, if you want to live longer and more comfortably, you must have strength. Eldest senior brother said that this time it was Master's order to invite your Highness to the secret place. I don't even know where Father is. What he says is the truth. Heaven's Extremity snorted. Father's order. Who knows where Father is now? But after thinking for a while, Heaven's Extremity still snorted. Fine, I will accompany him this time. But this time you watch carefully. If you are not careful, these people will die. When that time comes, don't blame me for not saving them. You too, if you insist on going, don't blame me if you die. If he is killed this time, it will prove that I was right. Don't get involved with these people. Heaven's Extremity was also helpless. That guy was tracking and saying that it was Father's order. He had no choice. Sheng Nan and the others all listened to his nonsense. After thinking about it, Heaven's Extremity felt that it was good to go this time. The danger of his death was not as great as he thought. The others might not kill him. Those who really dared to kill him were actually those few fellows from the human race. However, he had no enmity with the human race. At most, when he encountered danger, he would just beg for mercy, surrender, and admit defeat. Not attacking, all right. Martial kings and human kings were domineering, but he was a harmless heavenly king. What was the benefit of killing him? After thinking this through, Heaven's Extremity decided to go. If there were benefits, he would take them. If there were no benefits, he would retreat. If there was danger, he would run. Just like that. After thinking this through, Heaven's Extremity no longer moved the Western Imperial Palace. Soon, the aura of a heavenly king followed. Heaven's Extremity cursed in a low voice. Don't blame me for not attacking if you die. Chapter 1281. 4th of June. Early in the morning, the divine sect set off. In the vast sea, 30 people were still a small target. 2 heavenly kings led the team and 6 saint powerhouses. At this moment, Fong Ping was also in front of the crowd. This group of people did not walk in the air, but they still had style. Tian Bai controlled the saint token, which turned into the shape of a ship, shuttling in the void. The speed was not too fast. These people did not know where that place was exactly. At this moment, in front of the bow, Yuan Gang and the other 2 were positioning themselves. How exactly positioning was not Fong Ping's concern. Tian Bai controlled the sage's token and said with a smile, "Have you ever been to the deep sea?" Fong Ping shook his head and sighed. "No, I don't dare to. In the past, I wanted to go to the deep sea to look for opportunities. In the end, not far from Godox Island, I encountered crisis. I never knew who the powerhouse that deterred me was. I only found out a few days ago that it was the overlord of Sealed Sky Island." Tian Bai was surprised. "Have you encountered the overlord?" "I met him once. After that, I concentrated on cultivation and did not dare to go out without permission to avoid trouble. Even if I felt that there was no enemy in God's land, I did not dare to go to God's land. Although Godox Island is small, there is no need to worry about my life." Fong Ping explained. It was considered an explanation for why he, an emperor-level powerhouse, did not enter the catacombs when there were no powerhouses in the catacombs that day. "Little guy, you still want to test me. If the overlord is dead, you can ask him. Ask him if he encountered me and deterred me." He was an emperor powerhouse and not a demon. It was actually still a problem for him to survive overseas. Those overseas were usually old antiques, but he was not. In that case, he had to find an excuse not to leave Godox Island. At the side, King Huai did not even blink. He sighed in his heart. 21 years old, this lie came out of his mouth so easily. Was this guy cultivating or researching these things all these years? Tian Bai was also calm and collected. No matter whether he had doubts or not, the overlord was already dead. Even if Feng was still alive, it was not his turn to ask Feng whether this was true or not. Feng probably did not know that a venerable emperor was not a heavenly king. Even if the overlord met him, he might not say anything. Tian Bai was not suspecting Fong Ping's identity. He just wanted to get to the bottom of things and ask more questions. An expert who rose in the later years of the earthly emperor god dynasty and was about to become a sage was no ordinary person. Such people all had hopes of reaching the heavenly king realm. Tian Bai didn't dwell on this and asked, "Then do you know Sage Haiyu?" According to King Huai, Divine Ox Island isn't far from where Haiyu went into seclusion. Haiyu, the one who was conferred the title of Sea Guardian by the new heavenly courts. Previously, when Fong Ping had killed a large number of catacomb saints, this fellow had gone out to the sea to stop the sea of trees, so he had managed to escape. Fong Ping shook his head. "I've never met one. What a pity." Tian Bai said with a smile. "Haiyu is very powerful in the saint realm. When he fought with Lin Hai, he was not at a disadvantage. He is also one of the top saints. If you are familiar with him, You may be able to persuade him to join the sect. Fang Ping smiled bitterly. That's the Heavenly Court's Sea Guardian. Even if I know him, I'm afraid he won't listen to me. That's true. Tian Bai continued to ask some questions. It wasn't really an inquiry, but a casual chat. Fang Ping dealt with them easily. Although Tian Bai and the other old antiques were difficult to deal with, they weren't necessarily smart. Fang Ping wasn't completely clueless about the overseas. When they chatted, he would often bring Tian Bai off topic. After a few times, Tian Bai stopped asking. In front, King Qian stood at the bow of the ship. Beside him, King Zhen looked around. It wasn't easy. He locked the area and frowned. Lu Shan from the North King's side will definitely come. Other than Lu Shan, there should be at least another heavenly king coming. Who do you think it will be? Li Zhu is more likely. King Qian said in a deep voice, Hong Yu still needs to guard the heavenly court and defend against the humans. As for Li Zhu and the weapon master, Hong Yu actually trusts Li Zhu more. Li Zhu is harder to deal with than the weapon master. Tianji might come too. King Zhen nodded slightly and said, As for the humans, I'm afraid they will also come after receiving the news. Also, the Chu Wu lineage might know about it. We have to be careful. Although it's just a secret place, it might cause chaos. As he said that, King Zhen hesitated. That place, other than the Demon Emperor, no one else has been there before? It's hard to say. King Qian smiled. If no one has been there before, the patrol might not be so concerned about it. Someone might have been there before, but they didn't reveal it to the public. It's hard to tell if it's the 4 who are still alive or the dead. After King Qian finished, he raised his eyebrows slightly. I've been to the Tomb of Heaven a few times. Of course, I didn't go too deep. In the past, I also felt something was wrong. However, I felt a sense of danger, so I didn't dare to go too deep in fear of accidents. You also feel that it's dangerous. It's dangerous. King Qian's tone became heavier. You should be careful too. The 3 realms are filled with danger now. Out of the 8 kings, only the 3 of us are still alive. Han Kuan is at the 8th rank, so he's much safer than us. He's also the son of the Earth Emperor. As for you and me, we don't have that much confidence. King Zhen's expression also became heavy. He couldn't help but curse in a low voice. That bastard Fang Ping has ruined many of my plans. Killing the Life King had ruined his plan to unify the catacombs. Killing King Sun had caused him to lose a powerful ally. Taking away his Heavenly King seal had also caused him to lose a powerful trump card. Whenever he thought of Fang Ping, he was filled with anger. King Qian smiled. There are many people who hate him in the 3 realms, but he has already grown. It's useless to talk about it now. Fang Ping can't die now. It's actually better if he doesn't die. If the Emperor descends, Fang Ping will be the main target. He can also help us block some storms. That fellow is courting death by humiliating the Emperor. The Emperor will never let him go. Although they also participated in the war, it wasn't as serious as Fang Ping. Unless the Emperor killed all the powerhouses in the 3 realms, the culprit could only be Fang Ping and Zhang Tao. As the 2 of them were talking, Yuan Gang suddenly said, "Steer to the left." As soon as he said that, the ship sailed to the left. Liar, do you know how to steer to the left? At this moment, Fang Ping felt that he was being despised by a man, no, a cat. Fang Ping was stunned. This cat was actually mocking him. It asked if he knew how to steer to the left. Fang Ping was furious. Would he not know how to steer to the left? Was he as stupid as you? Fang Ping remained calm and collected. He pinched the cat's tail, no, the tiger's tail. The cat grimaced in pain. I'm just asking. You went the wrong way just now. I thought you didn't know how to steer to the left. A man and a cat were playing around in the dark. At this moment, King Huai walked over. He glanced at Fang Ping and said softly, "A little further, and we'll reach the Celestial Cemetery." Beside him, Tian Bai laughed. "Have you been to the Celestial Cemetery before?" "No." King Huai shook his head but still said, I once entered the Forbidden Sea and accidentally learned that the Celestial Cemetery is in this area. It's said that it's extremely dangerous. Just as the Huai King said this, an incomparably huge demonic beast soundlessly rammed its head into the ship. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and the ship shook. In front, King Qian snorted softly and slapped out with his palm. With a puff, this monster that was close to the emperor level was directly smashed into pieces. King Qian said lightly, True gods, stay closer to the inside. In this bitter sea, there are some ancient monsters. Their intelligence is not high, but their strength is not weak. Be careful of being attacked. When the true gods heard this, they moved closer to the inside one after another, not daring to stand at the edge. The bitter sea was the most dangerous. There were many monsters. The shallow sea area was still fine. The monsters still had intelligence. In the deep sea area, some monsters had no intelligence at all. Ancient monsters. These monsters were so strong that some people had even encountered saint level. As for heavenly kings, no one had encountered them. For heavenly kings, they could deal with them. For true gods, it was often a narrow escape. They were talking, but Fong Ping was investigating something. Something from a long time ago. A map. Yes, when he went to Blacklight Heaven, Heavenly Emperor Blacklight was not a good person. At that time, he gave him a map and asked him to give it to old Zhang, saying that it was a map of the Celestial Cemetery. He had gone to the Celestial Cemetery with Heavenly Dog, but it was extremely dangerous. In the past, he wanted to trap and kill old Zhang. However, old Zhang was not stupid. He had never been there. Now, Fong Ping did not care anymore. He used it now. At this moment, a map of the sea area appeared in Fong Ping's mind. It had always been difficult for Fong Ping to distinguish the maps in the sea. However, this map was different. It was more like a projection in his mind. Fong Ping compared it. Very quickly, he found a place that might be where he was. Fong Ping checked. About a few 100,000 li ahead, he should be in the Celestial Cemetery. However, there were many red areas on the map. There were no real scenes. They were all dangerous areas. Since entering the Celestial Cemetery, such dangerous areas had appeared. There were many of them. One had to know that Heavenly Emperor Blacklight and the others had gone with Heavenly Dog. Of course, Heavenly Dog might not have taken care of them. Even so, a group of Emperor-level powerhouses and some Saint-level powerhouses went to the Celestial Cemetery and suffered heavy casualties. It was clear that the Celestial Cemetery was dangerous. Even so, these people had not been able to enter the depths. In the end, only Heavenly Dog had entered. Fong Ping was still looking at the map. In front, King Zhen said, the Celestial Cemetery is surrounded by space cracks. Even I can't withstand some of them. Everyone, please be careful. Don't touch them recklessly. The Celestial Cemetery was the core of the war in the past. It was also the place where the Celestial Court fell. It will always move. The space cracks will move along with it. These people had never been to the real Celestial Cemetery. However, they had a general idea of the situation. What King Zhen said was all basic information. Fong Ping did not care much. He asked secretly, Big Cat, tell me about the situation in the Celestial Cemetery. The cat knew more than these people. The cat whipped Fong Ping's ear with its tail to take revenge on Fong Ping for pinching its tail. Then it transmitted its voice proudly. The Celestial Cemetery is the place where the Celestial Court fell. Actually, I did not see much. However, it was very dangerous. That war broke the 9 heavens here. It could not be healed. The Celestial Court was directly rushed into the space barrier and prevented the 9 heavens from healing. The cracks in the 9 heavens might appear in the first heavens. Anyway, this place is very chaotic. There are space turbulence everywhere. Liar, be careful. The cracks in the 8th heavens might not be able to cut you to death, but the cracks in the 9th heavens might also cut you to death. However, I don't know if the 9th heavens is broken. It only stayed for a while before leaving. It only knew that it was very dangerous. The cat tried hard to recall and said, "Also, many people died in this place. It might be the same as the time in the imperial tomb. Corpses might appear. They are not resurrected. They are mutilated corpses with resentment. Normal corpses are fine. However, there were many powerhouses who participated in the war. There were also many beginner martial artists who died. If you encounter them, be careful." Fong Ping understood. He had encountered emperor corpses before. These people were already dead, but their remnant consciousness was still there. There was still hope for them to be resurrected, but the chances were very small. However, these corpses were powerful when they were alive. They would not be weak after death. In addition, they were not afraid of death. This secret place was in the celestial cemetery. He did not know if it was the core of the celestial court. However, even if it was the core of the celestial court, what opportunities would there be? The death of the demon emperor took away many things. For example, why did he despair back then? Before this, the demon emperor was actually fighting vigorously. However, since returning from the celestial cemetery, he became much more passive. He even began to plan for reincarnation. Reincarnation was not the demon emperor's character. However, he still chose to do so. Fong Ping did not know what he was thinking. After his death, some things became completely mysterious. Now, perhaps there was a chance to unravel these mysteries. Just as Fong Ping and the others were moving forward, the other powerhouses also led their teams over. On the ocean side, Li Zhu stood in front of the giant longsword. Beside him, Tianji and Lu Shan were also there. 3 Heavenly King powerhouses. Other than these 3, the 2 top saints, the governor and Haiyu, were also there. There were also many other emperors and true gods. Lu Shan's expression was solemn. While scouting, he said, "Lordly, we are about to enter the celestial cemetery. This time our biggest opponents are the Medicine God Island and the Divine Sect." Li Zhu raised his hand and said lightly, "No. Our greatest opponents will never be them, but accidents." Lu Shan frowned slightly. Li Zhu chuckled and said, "Accidents are everywhere. The few in the celestial cemetery who have broken through 8 might all be accidents. As for the humans outside, they are accidents. This time, there is no movement from the humans. This king is not at ease. They don't know the news." Lu Shan did not take it seriously. They did not know about this. "You just think that they don't know." Li Zhu said lightly, "Didn't the demon emperor tell the humans before he died? Even if he didn't, what about his reincarnation? Who did the demon emperor reincarnate into? This king has inferred that there are at most 3 humans who are reincarnated fiend emperors. Jiang Hao, Jiang Chao, Qin Fengqing." Lu Shan frowned. He did not know any of them. It's possible that all 3 of them are involved. And these 3 people have not been heard from for a long time. If so, we can't rule out the possibility that the humans got the news 1 step ahead of us. So we can't let our guard down. Compared to the powerhouses who have broken through 8, the humans are more dangerous. Li Zhu shook his head. "Fong Ping better not come. If he comes, it will be a big deal. Originally, it was just a treasure hunting trip. If he comes, he won't be satisfied if he doesn't kill a few heavenly kings. He didn't get any benefits." Everyone who heard this wanted to laugh. However, they could not laugh. This was true. That guy Fong Ping, if it was a small matter, he could turn it into a big matter in no time. Li Zhu was worried that Fong Ping would get the news and get involved. That would be big trouble. That lunatic who knew what he would do. Maybe he would go to the Heavenly Cemetery's core and release those few beginner powerhouses. Even if those fellows were all lunatics and killed the Origin as soon as they saw it, Fong Ping might not care. Li Zhu thought about it for a long time. He could only say that anyone who met Fong Ping was like a scholar meeting a soldier. There was no way to reason with him. Fong Ping did not plan to reason with anyone at all. If there was a disagreement, he would flip the table. "If I don't eat, you don't eat either. We'll starve together." Even if flipping the table would be dangerous, this guy would not consider the consequences. listening to Li Zhu talking about Fang Ping. Behind him, a few young people were also talking about Fang Ping. The younger generation of the catacombs had mostly been killed by Fang Ping. However, there were still a few familiar faces alive. Huayu, Li Yi, Jiao. All three were alive. Not only that, all three were now true gods. Hua Yu was because King Hua had helped, so Li Zhu and the others had agreed to help him ascend. Li Yi was because he was Li Zhu's son. Whether it was true or not, no one asked. Ji Yao was even simpler. Ji Hong had sold the entire Destiny Royal Court and completely given up his power in the catacombs in exchange for Hong Yu's personal help. Other than these three, Left Commander Hua Qidao was also present. Hearing Li Zhu mention Fang Ping, Hua Yu smiled. King Rin is now awe-inspiring. Everyone in the 3 realms knows about him. In the past, we never thought he would reach this point. Li Yi's expression was dark as he said coldly, if you and Ji Yao had not colluded with him and reached an agreement with him at the king's battlefield, he would have died long ago. Hua Yu smiled and did not say anything. This guy's father was Li Zhu. He did not dare to offend him now. He did not dare, but Ji Yao did not mind. She snorted. You dare to say this. If you and Feng Yexing had not brought him into Sky Plant City, he would not be like this. There were some things that no one wanted to say. The main reason was Li Zhu. He was so powerful. That day at Sky Plant City, he should have discovered something amiss. In order to hide his strength, he let Fang Ping go. That was releasing a tiger back into the mountains. In front, Li Zhu tilted his head and smiled. Do not blame the heavens and others. This is fate. Even without Fang Ping, there might still be Zhang Ping and Qin Ping. All of you are the seeds of this generation of God continent. The human race is filled with experts, and the younger generation is rising. My God continent can't fall behind either. This is also your chance. The 3 realms are about to be in chaos. There will be more opportunities in chaos. Do not think that there is no hope just because you are a true king today. It would not be surprising if you become an emperor or heavenly king one day. With that, Li Zhu looked at Hua Qidao and smiled. Qidao is a true king who proved his Dao on his own. He has a higher chance than an and the rest. You are also the only true king in God continent besides Ji Hong. This time, you also have a high chance. In the past 100 years in the catacombs, there were actually many who proved their Dao. The Right Divine General and Ji Hong were both powerhouses who proved their Dao in the past 100 years. However, Hua Qidao was the youngest, and he relied on himself. The Right Divine General and Ji Hong proved their Dao with some help from Life Monarch and Li Zhu. Hua Qidao bowed slightly and did not speak. Li Zhu smiled. His eyes were deep as he looked forward again. At this moment, Lu Shan suddenly shouted, "Why hide when you are here?" As soon as he said that, figures appeared one after another. The God Emperor's first seat, Yi, stood at the front. He looked at the crowd and smiled. Lu Shan, King Li, you are here too. Li Zhu and his people had killed many inspectors previously. However, no one mentioned it now. Li Zhu did not mention it either. He smiled. Heavenly King Yi, Heaven's fate, you came faster than us. There were many powerhouses on the other side, including 3 heavenly kings. However, Li Zhu was not too worried. Heavenly King Yi might not be his match. He was more worried about the unknown. Li Zhu spoke. On the other side, Heaven's fate said, "It has nothing to do with me. I am just here to take a look. There is no need to look for me." Li Zhu laughed, direct and straightforward. Li Zhu looked around and smiled. The people from the Hydro Divine Island are not here yet. I heard that the people from the Human Sovereign sect have joined them. I wonder if they will come this time. Heavenly King Yi smiled. They might not be here. The grave of heaven is always moving. They might have gone in another direction. Li Zhu did not dwell on this. He asked, "Can you pinpoint the exact location?" "Yes. Heavenly King, Yi said. However, it is best if all 4 inspectors are here. Only then can we pinpoint the location. If we barge in recklessly, it will be easy for us to get into trouble. Li Zhu looked at Lu Shan. Lu Shan nodded and said softly, "We have an agreement. If we come here, we will meet at the Myriad Worlds Palace in the Grave of Heaven." Myriad Worlds Palace, Li Zhu smiled. The Hall of Tribute in the Heavenly Court. Yes, it still exists. Yes, it is on the outskirts. Lu Shan answered. Li Zhu said lightly, "So, you are familiar with this place. Have you been here before? Since you have been here, why don't you just take the treasures?" Lu Shan, Heavenly King Yi, and the others paused. Heavenly King Yi quickly smiled. "We have never been here. Ji Yin has been here and told us some things. So, we know some things about this place." Li Zhu smiled. He did not expose them. However, he became more vigilant. These people had been here before, but they did not dare to take the treasures alone. Now, they had to recruit people from all sides. It was almost the same time. It was impossible to say that it was an accident. Obviously, the 4 inspectors all had their own goals. They had informed each other beforehand. This time, they were here to recruit people. What kind of danger made the 4 heavenly kings not dare to come here without permission? Li Zhu quickly judged. At this moment, more people came from behind. They were the people from the Hydro Divine Island. Li Zhu glanced at them, but didn't greet them. He said, "The 4 inspectors are here. Let's talk about whether the divine sect will come or not. Let's go in first. If they don't come, it's best. If they come, let them find a way in." Heavenly King Yi glanced at him, smiled, and said, "Okay, we will listen to King Li." Li Zhu didn't mind. In the next moment, he sent a message to Heaven's Will. "Try to stay with me. These 4 are all inspectors. Even Sheng Hong might not be on your side. You want to avoid them, but these people insisted on inviting you here. Maybe they have other purposes." Heaven's Will glanced at him. At this moment, he didn't come closer. Instead, he moved further away. "Am I stupid? If I stay with you, you will be a good person? If these people want to scheme against me, they will kill you first. If I see danger, I will find a chance to run. Who will fight with you? How dare you?" Even Heaven's Will didn't want to talk to him. Li Zhu must be stupid. Li Zhu was speechless. This guy. He had never seen him so timid before. In the fake sky grave, he cured the crazy Heaven's Will, but now the coward Heaven's Will appeared. Li Zhu didn't know if this was good or bad. Chapter 1282. Rumble. Thunder roared. At this moment, Fang Ping's group had reached the boundary of the Tomb of Heaven. The void was chaotic and the space was turbulent. Cracks were everywhere. Sometimes they would pass by suddenly. The ship, formed by the sage token, had already raised a thick energy shield. The few sages took action to maintain the shield. "Be careful!" King Qian shouted. His expression was solemn. The god sect didn't have any patrollers. He didn't know where the patrollers had agreed to meet. Without a patroller to lead the way, he could only rely on Yuan Gang and the others to find the secret place. If he went to the Tomb of Heaven alone, he wouldn't be so worried. But now he brought a large number of core forces. If something happened, it would be troublesome. "King Zhen, be careful and protect them!" King Qian shouted. King Zhen didn't dare to delay and quickly took action. As for King Qian, he spread out his mentality to prevent ambushes and accidents from happening. Rumble. Another clap of thunder rang out. In the sky, there really were flashes of lightning. Thunder was born in the void. The black crack instantly hit the ship. Pucci! The energy shield was cut open. King Zhen grabbed a true god who was near the shield and pulled him to the side. Bang! A crisp sound was heard. A 5-petal lotus bloomed in the air. The power of breaking 5. The true god who was pulled to the side showed fear on his face. Breaking 5. Even a slightly weaker overlord could be killed instantly. This place was too dangerous. King Jen shouted again, sages, stay outside. Overlord, gather. True gods, stay close to me. Don't run around. Even a sage expert would be able to resist a broken 6 crack for a while. As for the higher sages, breaking 7 and breaking 8, they were rarely seen. Even here, they hadn't encountered one yet. King Qian also shouted, everyone be careful. This place was attacked by countless experts in the past. The ruins left behind are extremely dangerous. The void has been broken for many years and hasn't healed. Don't move. The 2 heavenly kings reminded them again. The true gods trembled and didn't dare to move. King Pingshan subconsciously moved closer to Fang Ping. Compared to the others, he felt that Fang Ping was safer. King Huai's expression was also solemn as he said in a low voice, the celestial cemetery is indeed dangerous. No wonder no one dares to come here. Even a martial saint would be in danger of dying at any time if they come here. Monarch. Unbelievable. This was a relic left behind by the battle between the sovereigns 8,000 years ago. But now even the sages found it difficult to enter safely. Over the past 8,000 years, this place had not become safer with the passage of time. Instead, it had become more and more dangerous. Fang Ping did not reply. At this moment, his expression was more solemn. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly took a step to the side. In the next moment, the defensive shield in front of him shattered, and a 6-petal lotus erupted directly. Fang Ping pulled King Pingshan away smoothly. Breaking 6. This time, King Jen and King Qian looked at him again. However, Fang Ping only avoided it and didn't take it head-on. Both of them looked at him and didn't say anything. It could only be said that Fang Ping's senses were sharp. Puchi. Right at this moment, a true god was suddenly cleaved into 2 halves. In the blink of an eye, it was devoured by the rift. King Qian stretched his hand out to grab and tore through the air. However, he only managed to grab a thigh. His face was extremely gloomy. He, who had broken through 7 times, actually hadn't sensed the crack explode just now. Humph! With a cold snort, King Qian's spiritual energy erupted and covered the entire ship as he shouted, "Prophet, activate the Saint Order!" As soon as he said that, a Saint Order appeared in Prophet Saint's hand and covered the sky instantly. Fang Ping's eyes moved slightly. Another Saint Order. King Kuin gave it to Prophet Saint. In this way, he had 2 Saint Orders. With 2 Saint Orders, it was slightly safer. With 2 heavenly kings working together, and many saints, at least no one died again. As for the true god who died previously, it could only be said that he was unlucky. Both heavenly kings didn't go all out previously. At the same time when a true god of the divine sect died, at the core of the tomb of heaven, in the void of the universe, Heavenly Hound suddenly looked up at the sky. Sherpa was looking too. Drip. Tiny raindrops fell. They were blood red. Heavenly Hound stretched its head and looked into the depths of the void. It said coldly, "A true god broke into this place and died." When a true god died in the 3 realms, there wouldn't usually be blood rain, only blood clouds. However, this place was very complicated. The 9th heaven was broken. Without the obstruction of the 9th heaven, when a true god died here, there would usually be blood rain. Sherpa said indifferently, so what if he died? Even a saint wouldn't be safe in this place if he accidentally broke in, let alone a true god. He didn't care too much. So what if he died? Recently, even the heavenly kings who broke 8 had died, let alone a true god. On the other side of the void, Tianqin frowned slightly. The 3 realms know that the sky cemetery is dangerous. Why would a true god break in without permission? Did something happen in the periphery? Hearing this, the heavenly hound lost interest. It crouched in the void and said lightly, "Let them be. If they're not afraid of death, continue to go deeper." This place was so dangerous that even it was a little afraid. If someone was not afraid of death, then just come. There was movement in the periphery. The others didn't care about this. In another place, Several forces met and began to gather at the agreed location. Along the way, there were many dangers. Everyone was extremely cautious. Even so, martial artists below the Heavenly King level were still constantly injured. There were no deaths. The vitality of powerhouses was incomparably strong. At the same time, when all forces entered the Sky Cemetery, outside the chaotic Sky Cemetery, on the sea, figures appeared one after another. A middle-aged man said in a low voice, "They went in. The inspectors, Li Zhu, King Qian, and the others have all gone in. Sacred martial arts. Have you informed Lord Skyarm? Beginner martial arts experts. Sacred martial god was also among them." He nodded and said in a low voice, "Yes. Lord Skyarm said he'll be here soon. These source martial artists have entered the Sky Cemetery. I don't know if they're going to attack Fist God and the others, or if they have other motives. No matter what, we can't sit back and watch." Someone said, "Once the source powerhouses surround and kill the lords, we must act immediately." All the powerhouses were very solemn. The source powerhouses were worried that someone had suddenly entered the Sky Cemetery to deal with the sealed beginner martial artists. All these years, they had wanted to rescue them. But in the past, the seals were so strong that they couldn't do anything. Now, with the source powerhouses restraining them, they couldn't enter the Sky Cemetery. Now that they had finally reached this point, were the source powerhouses going to attack? There didn't seem to be anyone from the human clan. Did they not know, or did they not want to get involved? Just as they were anxious, the void was torn apart. Skyarm came. Not only did he come, but he also brought a young man with him. Skyarm didn't introduce the young man. He already knew everything. At this moment, he said calmly, "Tell the god of the underworld that if there's any danger, he'll wake up immediately and enter the Sky Cemetery. I'll go in first." "Lord." They were still worried. Skyarm raised his hand and said, "It's okay." Then he stepped into the void and entered with the young man beside him. Everyone looked at the person he brought. Some frowned. Why did Lord Skyarm bring this person? "Lord, why did you bring me here?" Tai, too, looked confused. "Why did you bring me here? Let's go and take a look." Skyarm took a deep breath. "I seem to have sensed the seed's aura. The seed appeared in the human world back then, but the human world isn't the same as before. I originally wanted to send you to the human world to see if there's a chance, but the Sky Cemetery is the same. This was the core of the heaven realm back then, the core of the three realms. The seed might have appeared here back then. I have sensed it. It's very weak, but it's somewhat similar to the seed's aura back then. Whether you can seize this opportunity will depend on your luck. The entry of the origin powerhouses might be related to this matter. I might not be able to escort you there. Be careful." The seed, Li Hansong nodded, but his heart was perturbed. Would he have to meet those origin powerhouses? Someone knew him. Of course, when Li Hansong appeared outside, he usually wore armor and covered his head. Ordinary people might not recognize him, but if someone from the catacombs came, they might recognize him. Li Hansong looked at his bald head and muttered in his heart, "They might not recognize me, right? I've changed a lot from before. I've become stronger. My bones have grown a lot bigger. As for my aura, it's different from before. I hope they don't recognize me." Li Hansong was a little embarrassed. If he was recognized, he might be beaten to death by Skyarm at the edge of the Sky Cemetery. Countless black cracks appeared, and in this pitch-black area, there was a completely different place. There was light. A majestic palace stood in the void. Myriad Worlds Palace. In the past, Sky Beyond Skies, overseas islands, and various powerhouses held court meetings. The powerhouses of the three realms, even if they dominated a region, had to come to the heavenly court to pay tribute and attend court meetings when there was a major event in the heavenly court. For 8,000 years, this hall still stood in this void and had not been destroyed. The surroundings had long been covered by black cracks. This place was extremely dangerous. Myriad World's palace was the place where the inspectors agreed to meet. The Grand Hall was faintly discernible in the void at this moment, as if it did not exist in this void. The ninth heaven was in chaos, and the origin was in chaos. This was the heavenly tomb. Some places had their realm walls completely broken in the past and could not be restored. There were countless spatial turbulences. At this moment, it was unknown which level of heaven this hall stood on. Silence, silence, other than the occasional lotus flowers blooming in the void. There was no sound. These lotus flowers appeared especially resplendent and beautiful in this darkness. What a beautiful scene! However, if it was seen by others, no one would feel that it was beautiful. They would only feel a chill. Each lotus flower represented a broken spatial crack. At this moment, waves of fluctuations spread and voices could be heard. Someone yelled, "Be careful, don't tear the void. The void here is chaotic and can restrain your power. Those with weak control of power, try to restrain yourself and don't attack." The powerhouses were scolding. Soon, dots of light appeared in the distance. Li Zhu and the others were about to arrive. At this moment, these people were in a sorry state. The heavenly kings were fine, but the others, including the sages, were also in a sorry state. Some of them had blood on their bodies, and wounds had yet to disappear. What the hell is this place? Li Wuji could not help but complain. This place was too dangerous. He was almost devoured just now. Luckily, the old ancestor pulled him back, or else he would have died here. Shui Li's expression was solemn. This place was really dangerous. At this moment, Shui Li suddenly looked at the bright area and said happily, "Myriad World's palace." They had arrived at Myriad World's palace. At the side, Yin Fei solemnly said, "We've arrived at the Myriad World's palace. However, if we want to find the secret grounds, we have to enter the Myriad World's palace. The surroundings of the Myriad World's palace are filled with spatial rifts that surround it. It's incomparably dangerous. Even if a heavenly king encountered so many spatial rifts, we still don't know if there are 8 or 9 spatial rifts hidden within." "The secret place is in Myriad World's palace?" Shui Li asked. Yin Fei shook his head. "I'm not sure about the specifics, but we have to go through the Myriad World's palace. We'll search there." How did Unquestionable enter back then? Everyone was puzzled. At this moment, they also saw the densely packed black cracks, and their scalps went numb. Of course, being able to see light and Myriad World's palace meant that this place was not completely filled with cracks. However, how had Unquestionable Sword managed to enter this place back then? Everyone shook their heads. There was no way to find out. Demon Emperor was dead. His death had also taken these secrets with him. No one knew how he, with his absolute strength, had been able to enter that secret place. Just as everyone was talking, Heaven's Fate suddenly turned to leave. Seeing this, Sheng Hong could not help but ask, "Heaven's Fate, where are you going?" Heaven's Fate answered without turning his head, "Home. This damnable place is filled with spatial rifts, and I wonder if there are any that can break through to the 9th level. It's too dangerous. Once we go in, if some immoral person attacks us, we'll all be buried here. I'm not going in." He was not going to do it. Seeing this place, he felt that it was frighteningly dangerous. If someone suddenly attacked these cracks when everyone entered, causing them to become unstable and shatter, everyone would die. He did not dare to gamble with his life. Although his words were timid, they instantly caught everyone's attention. At this moment, Li Zhu said, "Heaven's Fate is right. We do need to be careful. We don't know if the people from the celestial religion will come. Once someone attacks while we are scouting, the cracks will explode. Even 8 cracks cannot be guaranteed to survive." On the other side, he also spoke, "Heaven's Fate, don't be in a hurry to leave. We will not throw our lives away. Since we are here, there are naturally other ways. You have a way." Heaven's Fate looked at him suspiciously, "Then take it out. I am most worried about you guys. You know a lot, but you don't say anything. Just one word, chance. What's the use of chance? You have to be alive to take it. You tricked us into coming here, but you still don't tell us the details. Do you think we are stupid? Ask Li Zhu. Doesn't he know you have a purpose? He is just playing dumb. But I am not willing. I don't want to die. Li Zhu smiled, looking at Heavenly King Yi. Heavenly King, Yi said in a low voice. I am not trying to hide it. I really don't know much. Of course I do know some, but there is no hurry. We are also monitoring the celestial religion. They will come. Wait until the celestial religion's people arrive. Heaven's fate didn't leave. He smiled. In my opinion, this damned place should be left to the human clan. Let Fang Ping and King Wu come. They're not afraid of death. Even if they know it is a trap, they will still try. You should cooperate with them. Whoever kills someone, that is their ability. Why are you looking for us? Aren't you bullying honest people? Everyone was speechless. The way he said it sounded really awkward. Heavenly King, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sheng Hong smiled bitterly. Heaven's fate. You are Master's son. Why would I harm you? Heaven's fate sneered. Why not? If you really didn't, you would have appeared in the past 8,000 years. You have been cultivating in the dark for 8,000 years. I have been guarding the broken palace in the West Palace. No one cared about me. As for my father, if he couldn't come, it would be fine. But if he could, he didn't care about me, humph. Heaven's fate snorted. Even if my father loved me, if he is killed in the future, don't expect me to plead for him. I don't have that ability. Everyone was stunned. Wasn't this guy afraid that his father would strike him to death if he knew what he said? Sheng Hong said angrily, Heaven's fate! What's wrong? Heaven's fate said indignantly. Is there anything wrong with what I said? I am a madman. After 8,000 years, I have gone mad. Don't talk to me about family. After 8,000 years of loneliness, I have long forgotten about family. Sheng Hong frowned. At the side, Shang Nan said softly, Your Highness, Master must have his reasons. Heaven's fate didn't care. He had been looking forward to the old man's arrival in the three realms. Now it was just like that. He didn't look forward to it too much. He felt that the old man's arrival might not be a good thing. Heavenly King Yi and the others were speechless. Some things couldn't be said now. The emperor hadn't appeared in 8,000 years. Some descendants of the emperor actually had complaints and resentment towards the emperor. What did it feel like to be abandoned for 8,000 years? They knew nothing and lived like a madman. They lived for 8,000 years. After 8,000 years, someone told them that the emperor was actually silently watching them. They had always been there, but they just didn't appear. Such a blow would make some people go crazy. Heaven's fate's behavior made it hard for them to say anything. This was his family matter. Moreover, it was hard to say whether the emperor still had feelings. Over the years, there were descendants of the emperor who had fallen. As they were talking, Li Zhu and the others suddenly looked toward the periphery. The void was shaking, and a huge spaceship was flying toward them. In front of the spaceship, the aura of the two heavenly kings erupted, intimidating everyone. Tianbai and Tianji, who were controlling the Saint Token, were pale. The people of the divine sect had arrived. It was not that they knew they would gather here, but that Yuan Gang and the others were exploring in this direction. King Qian also sensed the aura of the people in front and said in a low voice, They are all here. It seems that they are indeed here. Yuan Gang was also relieved and said, They should be here, but everyone should be careful. I'm afraid the inspectors know more than we do. On the ship, King Huai said to Fang Ping, Follow me later. Brother Niu, be careful. There are many heavenly kings here and we know nothing. Don't act rashly. Brother Huai, don't worry. Fang Ping smiled and nodded slightly. He stuffed the cat into his chest. The cat struggled to poke its head out, feeling a little wronged. Fang Ping continued to press it in and said, Hide for a while. Li Zhu and the others are too familiar with me. If we are not careful, our identities will be exposed. Although you have become a tiger now, such a stupid and cute tiger easily reminds people of a cat. The cat looked innocent. Really? Was this cat stupid? No way. Fong Ping did not care about it. He stuffed it in and began to look at the people in front. There were many people. Li Zhu, celestial polarity for inspectors. Tianji, 7 heavenly king powerhouses. Including them, there were 9 heavenly kings. There were more saints. He saw the governor, Haiyu, Shui Li, Qing Tong. They were all acquaintances. There were also some emperor level and some true gods. There were also many acquaintances among the true gods. When Fong Ping saw Hua Qidao, he frowned slightly. In fact, according to his thinking, it was useless for Hua Qidao to ambush in the catacombs now. It was better to return to Earth. But old Zhang did not allow it. As for why, Fong Ping did not want to say anything. The war was not over yet. Hua Qidao's hands were stained with human blood. His return at this moment might shake some things, including old Zhang's prestige. It was a very real problem. Old Zhang might not care about these, but he dared not do it. His son had killed the human heroes who fought on the front line. This was a fact. Even if Hua Qidao had his own difficulties, it was useless. The current human race did not need those voices of doubt. They did not need to complicate matters. If that was the case, then Hua Qidao could not return. Even if he hid it from many people, he could not hide it from everyone. Fong Ping felt that it was okay, but old Zhang dared not do it. Fong Ping was also very helpless. Some things sounded simple, but it was indeed very difficult to do. He did not look at Hua Qidao anymore. Fong Ping was afraid of attracting attention. At this time, both sides had already begun to meet. Li Zhu looked at King Qian and smiled. King Qian, King Zhen, King Kuan are not here. King Qian smiled faintly. They will naturally appear when they are needed. Li Zhu also smiled. I'm afraid it's too late. Hong Kuan Break 8 is the strongest. The rift can't stop him. It might not be because of the rift. The two of them spoke one after another. Celestial Polarity, who was listening, said impatiently, What are you testing for? You haven't seen the benefits yet. Is there any meaning in testing? After a few times, I'm tired of working with you people. There are no benefits at all. Every time there is internal strife. After so many times, I have taken a lot of risks and almost died a few times. What's the result? Nothing. Working with you bastards, I might as well go back and cultivate for a few days. Maybe the effect will be better. Celestial Polarity was dissatisfied. He was here again. He hated these guys. It was not too late to fight among themselves when you saw the benefits. Now that there was nothing to see, what the hell were you planning? No matter how he calculated, he still got nothing in the end. It was a waste of time. Li Zhu laughed and cupped his hands. Prince Celestial Polarity, please excuse me. Having said that, he did not say anything else. He looked at Heavenly King Yi and smiled. Yi, since everyone is here, we should have a rule. There is no hurry. Heavenly King Yi looked around and smiled. Since we are here, we can't let others follow us and take advantage of us. Everyone disturb the void, lest others take advantage of us and hit us when we are down. The few heavenly kings did not say much. They all laughed. In the next moment, they attacked one after another, disturbing the void in all directions. Fissures shattered in all directions. In the void, someone groaned. In the next moment, a figure appeared. Everyone looked at that person. The figure appeared, and with a bitter expression, he said softly, Gong Yu greets everyone. Gong Yuzi. Everyone frowned. The Demon Emperor's master. Previously, when the Demon Emperor helped him open up the great Tao, Gong Yuzi fled into the depths of the sea of bitterness. No one expected him to appear in the heavenly tomb. Li Zhu glanced at him and smiled. Since Sect Master Gong Yu is here, come to the heavenly court. We will move together later. The Demon Emperor's master might be useful. The current Gong Yuzi also had the strength of a saint. He was not weak. This was the Demon Emperor's land of opportunity. Maybe he knew something. When the Demon Emperor returned, he stayed in the Emperor's tomb for a long time. Gong Yuzi even helped him set things up so he might know something. Gong Yuzi glanced at Li Zhu, then at the others. He cupped his hands. "Thank you, King Li, for your good intentions. I will not trouble you. I will go alone." "That is up to you." Li Zhu laughed. He did not care too much. Since he appeared, it would not be so easy to go alone. "Is there anyone else?" They stirred the void again. In this place, the void was full of cracks, making it difficult to detect people hiding. However, stirring the void would cause those hiding to show themselves unless they were extremely strong. Again and again and again and again. In the end, someone could not bear it anymore. He cursed. "Enough, enough is enough. Damn, why did you force me to come out? I was just passing by. Let's see if we can get some benefits. Enough." While cursing, Chaos walked out with a huge sword on his shoulder. He was a bit depressed. It was fine for others to be the Oriole, but he was the Oriole. How did he get discovered so quickly? Everyone was speechless. Chaos. This guy actually followed them. Li Zhu was helpless as well. So many experts were on the move, and Luo Nan was the overlord of an area. He had nothing better to do, and couldn't find anyone to fight. Seeing that everyone had fled, it wasn't strange for him to come here. Other than Chaos, was there anyone else? The void was still trembling, but this time no one appeared after a long time. At this time, Heavenly King Yi stopped stirring the void. He said, "In that case, let's discuss how to enter Myriad World's palace." Myriad World's palace was right in front of them. Chapter 1283. Powerhouses from all sides arrived. The void trembled, but no one showed up. Either the person in the dark was too strong or too weak. Either way, they couldn't force him to show up. Once everyone arrived, Heavenly King Yi said, "We don't know where the secret place is and what opportunities there are, but we know the general route. The entrance is inside the Myriad World Palace. Myriad World Palace is the place of the court meeting." It was said that Zhan Tiandi's last battle took place in Myriad World Palace. The secret place might be related to Zhan Tiandi. After that, Batian Di attacked the Celestial Court and fought in Myriad World Palace. After that, the last battle in Heavenly Realm happened. Luan said impatiently, "Just say it. Can you help me break through 8 times? If you can, I will go in. If not, you think he said he wanted to leave? No. If not, then pay up. Otherwise, I won't let any of you in. Whoever goes in, I will blast the void and cut you to death." Everyone was speechless, but this was in line with Luan's style. It was too much to expect him to leave. It was Heavenly King Yi's first time dealing with him. He was speechless, but still smiled. "Of course, there will be opportunities. If not, I wouldn't have come here." "That's good." Luan was relieved. He carried his sword and said, "Then let's go. Let's go together. Forget it. Tell half of your people to go in with me, and the rest to guard here. When I go in, you can come back." Heavenly King Yi and the others were furious. "You're smart. You're afraid that there are people in the dark. You want half of your people to guard here while you go in first? Dream on." Luan said carelessly, "What's wrong? Something's wrong? If you don't agree, then forget it. If you don't agree, then don't go in. Of course, if you're willing to sacrifice half of your people to die with me, that's fine too. You'll definitely make a profit. If a few heavenly kings die, and I, the future emperor, die, you'll definitely make a profit." Everyone looked at him again. Luan was the second Fangping. Even Li Zhu's eyes were strange. Heavenly King Luan was not this shameless before. Now he was acting like Fangping. Maybe he saw that Fangping was not stingy and earned a lot, so he followed suit. If he didn't, he would turn hostile. If he didn't, he would flip the table. Yes, that's the attitude. If he had not learned this from Fangping, he would not have believed it. Luan was very arrogant. She carried her great sword and looked at everyone provocatively. He was just that arrogant. What's going on? I want to go first, so what? In any case, he was here to find someone to fight and reap some benefits. Even if he couldn't get in, he wouldn't be disappointed. Heavenly King Yi stared at him for a while, but didn't say anything. Li Zhu sighed inwardly, then said smilingly, since Chaotic Heaven King has said so, of course, no problem. I'm just afraid that there are still dangers in the Myriad Worlds Palace. Stop trying to scare me. The Chaotic Heavenly King replied nonchalantly, Aren't you afraid that I'll go first and take the benefits first? All right, you can also come with me. Heavenly King, he said indifferently, even if we go there, we might not be able to find the secret grounds. It's none of your business. Heavenly King, he didn't pay any more attention to him. Originally, he wanted to say some things, but who knew that this fellow would cause trouble, so he couldn't be bothered to say anything more. Then let's split into two groups. Those who go first may face some dangers from the Myriad Worlds Palace. Those who go later, be careful of people lurking in the dark and suddenly attack, shaking up the void and causing all the cracks to explode. Two groups, both in front and behind, were dangerous. No one knew what the situation was like in the Myriad Worlds Palace. It looked quiet, but it might not be safe. Moreover, the first group was also considered to be exploring the way, so it was also very dangerous. At this moment, King Qian said indifferently, 3 groups. Let's have someone explore the way first, and see which side has the least hidden cracks, which is the safest. As soon as this was said, the crowd became slightly restless. Exploring the way was also an extremely dangerous thing, especially in this situation where there were void cracks everywhere. Li Zhu and the others didn't have any objections. Exploring the way was a common method to explore ancient sites. Heavenly King, he smiled faintly. All right. However, we still need to discuss who will stay and who will enter the second group. The difference in strength between the two sides shouldn't be too big in case of accidents. A group of people who schemed against each other worked together to search for treasures. They were all top-notch powerhouses, so they didn't bother to hide their intentions. Li Zhu smiled. Heavenly King martial artists, including Heavenly King Chaotic, there will be a total of 10 people. I, King Qian, Heavenly King Yi, and Heavenly King Chaotic are all breaking 7. Then there will be 2 breaking 7 and 3 breaking 6. This arrangement is fine. I will leave first. Heavenly King Chaotic shouted, but no one said anything. King Qian glanced at Li Zhu, then at Heavenly King Yi and smiled. Then I will go with King Lord Li. Heavenly King Yi raised his brows slightly. This meant that these people wanted him and Luan to leave first. He thought that these people would definitely let him stay behind. Li Zhu and King Qian didn't mind too much. Since Heavenly King Yi and the others waited for them, it was obvious that there was something that needed their help. Li Zhu looked at King Qian, smiled and nodded, tacitly agreeing. King Qian also smiled, but in his heart he was vigilant. He went with Li Zhu because he was worried that Li Zhu, this black-hearted fellow, would betray him. If he and Luan left first, there was a high chance that Li Zhu would disturb the void. One shouldn't be afraid of experts, but they should be afraid of villains. Li Zhu's heart was gloomy, and even he was slightly vigilant. King Zhen, go first. King Qian said, and King Zhen nodded. Li Zhu smiled. Tianji and Tianji will go first. This way, Shenghong, Lushan, and Yin Fei would be the last to leave. No one objected to this arrangement. At this moment, it was the first group to explore the path that needed to be chosen. Li Zhu smiled. We don't need too many explorers. The sages will lead, 2 monarchs, and 5 true gods will be enough. Martial artists of different realms would go to explore if different realms would cause different changes. Heavenly King Yi agreed with this fellow again. Li Zhu's words easily resonated with others. This fellow didn't take sides and smiled. Sage Haiyu, I will trouble you to go with us. A sage appeared in the heavenly court. Hearing this, everyone became silent. In the crowd, Haiyu's expression changed slightly, but she still walked out and said in a deep voice, Then I will go. The heavenly court's execution was good. Li Zhu asked the sages to explore the path, and Haiyu didn't object. Seeing this, Heavenly King Yi smiled. Nephew Medicine Master, go with us! Medicine God Island Master and Medicine God Venerable Emperor heard this and walked out. Then everyone looked at King Qian. Obviously, one of the two venerable emperors needed to be sent by the divine sect. King Qian turned his head and looked at the venerable emperors, including Fang Ping. There were 4 of them. King Qian looked at Fang Ping and smiled. Fellow cultivator Niu, although exploring the path is dangerous, it is also safe. What do you think? If it is not suitable, let Tianyun explore the path. He didn't force Fang Ping to go, and his words were polite. Fang Ping didn't hesitate and smiled. Since you think highly of me, I will do my best. After that, Fang Ping also walked out. As soon as he walked out, the timid King Pingshan suddenly gritted his teeth and said softly, Lord King Qian, I am afraid the divine sect still needs a true god to explore the path. I have been in the divine sect for many days, but I haven't made any progress. Since there is danger, I will go first. King Qian was slightly surprised, but he still nodded and smiled. Thank you, Pingshan. King Pingshan walked out, looking like he was facing death calmly. I am not afraid of death. Fang Ping glanced at him from the corner of his eyes, speechless. Why are you following me? Pingshan walked out. Soon, another true god of the divine sect was also named by King Qian. The divine sect had 1 emperor level and 2 true gods. This was their sincerity. Seeing this, Heavenly King Yi laughed. Soon, 2 people also walked out from behind, one from Medicine God Island, and the other from West Palace. Finally, everyone looked at Water God. Water God Island had not sent anyone yet. Seeing that there were only a few of them, they did not ask too much. However, at this moment, they all looked at Li Wuji. Obviously, Li Wuji was going to explore the path. Water Buffalo was full of dissatisfaction. Why are you staring at me? I don't want to go. If I follow the patriarch, I will be safe. If I follow these guys, who knows what will happen to me? Yin Fei glanced at Water God. Water God frowned slightly, but soon smiled and said, Okay, Wuji, you go. Patriarch, Water God said, Just go, it is not that dangerous. The later part is more dangerous, with the heavenly kings around. If you are not careful, you will die. Now that the heavenly kings are staying, you will be safer. The few parties will not plot against each other, in case the cooperation ends before it starts. Hearing this, Li Wuji had no choice but to walk out reluctantly. In this way, the person to explore the path was chosen. As for how the second and third groups would go, it was none of Fang Ping's business. Fellow Niu, when you go there, don't act rashly. The Myriad World's palace may not be safe. Wait for our arrival. King Qian reminded Fang Ping, and Fang Ping nodded repeatedly. King Qian thought for a while and suddenly said, Do you have a holy weapon? Fang Ping smiled bitterly. Holy weapons are treasures. I am only the island owner of a barren island. How can I have a holy weapon? Tianbai temporarily lend the saint token to fellow Niu for protection. Hearing this, Tianbai was a little worried, but seeing King Qian's expression, Tianbai felt a little helpless, but still handed a small seal to Fang Ping. Fang Ping was flattered. Sir, how can you do this? This is a treasure, and it is also Sir Tianbai's holy weapon. It's okay, I'm just borrowing it temporarily. King Qian smiled. After fellow Niu proves his Tao and becomes a saint, there will be a reward when we go back. Although a holy weapon is rare, a genius is even rarer. Fang Ping was very touched, and with a face full of excitement, he took the saint token from Tianbai. But in his heart he sighed with emotion. What a good man! Although Tianbai's strength was average, he refined the saint token first and disguised himself, so it would be easier for him to seize the treasure. It was good, too. It saved him some trouble. King Qian urged for a while, and Fang Ping listened carefully. Soon, he gathered with Hai Yu and the others. The exploration team consisted of 1 saint, 2 emperors, and 5 true gods. At this moment, everyone looked at the Myriad Worlds Palace surrounded by darkness, and they were still a little serious. There were many cracks. A little carelessness would lead to a dead end. At this time, a lot of soybean-like particles appeared in the hands of Medicine God Island's emperor, and he said with a smile, "Fellow Taoists, these are void spirit worms cultivated by Medicine God Island, and they are the most suitable for exploration." Hearing this, Hayu glanced at them and said with a smile, "Then thank you. This is indeed a good thing, and it is extremely sensitive to the void cracks. I did not expect Medicine God Island to have this thing." "It's just a small thing," Medicine God Emperor did not say much, and threw out a handful of soybeans. These soybeans, as soon as they entered the void, instantly turned into beetle-like creatures and began to move in all directions. Bang! As soon as they entered the dark area, a beetle exploded and disappeared directly. Medicine God Emperor frowned slightly, and a 4-petal lotus appeared on the spot. Some void cracks could be seen, and some could not be seen at all. And what everyone needed to explore was to find those invisible cracks. However, they could not break the cracks wantonly. Otherwise, it would cause a chain reaction, and the entire area would explode, which could easily cause a large-scale void collapse. Dozens of beetles moved forward along different routes. Soon, Medicine God Emperor said, "Go in any further, the void spirit worms will be destroyed, and we will not be able to determine the strength of the cracks, and it will be even more dangerous." They did not hesitate and stepped into the dark area one after another. Avoiding the cracks did not mean that there were no cracks. There were so many cracks here that it was impossible to avoid all of them. They could only try not to touch the areas with the strongest cracks. In front, Hayu casually broke some cracks. The movement was very small, not daring to cause cracks in other places to break together. Everyone searched for a safe path in this dark void. Fang Ping was also making a move. As a top-level emperor, an existence close to a saint, even if it was a crack that broke 5, Fang Ping could still block it. At this moment, Ping Chuan transmitted his voice. "Sir, when we reach the opposite side, should we kill them? Sir, snatch the treasure alone and disturb the void here so that they can't come in." Fang Ping glanced at him. "You are really ruthless." However, he did not know that King Pingshan thought that he was just playing along with Fang Ping's words. The reason why he insisted on going with Fang Ping was that he was afraid that Fang Ping would do this. Fang Ping was the first to reach the opposite side, waiting for the others to come in. If he suddenly attacked, they would not even know that they were dead, and that would be so frustrating. Fang Ping was a selfish person and a shameless and sinister villain. How would he dare to enter later? Not only King Pingshan, but in fact King Huai, who was on the opposite side at this moment, was also praying that Fang Ping would not find the entrance to the mystic realm on the opposite side. He was also afraid. Fang Ping, this guy, if he could not find the entrance, then forget it, but if he found it, then they would really be in danger. If he could not find Fang Ping, he could still wait for them. If he found it with Fang Ping's character, would he be satisfied if he did not kill a group of people? Looking at the group of people going deep into the dark area, a trace of worry appeared in the depths of King Huai's eyes. He was not worried about Fang Ping and the others, but worried about himself. They must not find the entrance. Fang Ping, this guy, was the most suitable to enter last. If he insisted on entering first, who would dare to be at ease? What the hell is this place, the dark area? At this moment, Li Wuji had turned into a mini calf. He did not dare to maintain a large size, it was too dangerous. At this moment, he forcibly compressed himself, making himself only a little bigger than a kitten. While dodging those cracks, Li Wuji said, "Everyone, do you think that we really have a share in this benefit? The Sea Region saints are fine, but we are either true gods or venerable emperors. Where do we get the confidence to compete with the powerhouses?" Medicine God Venerable Emperor said softly, "Fellow Taoist Wuji, calm down. Pay attention to the void cracks." Seeing that he was unwilling to pay attention to him, Li Wuji looked around and soon saw King Pingshan. He suddenly came over, with a smile on his bull face. Pingshan, you are here. You are so afraid of death that you survived until now. I will be safer if I go with you. King Pingshan's face darkened. Li Wuji did not care and said again, The human king misses you very much. I heard that you moved, so I am reluctant to let you go. King Pingshan was helpless. This crazy bull, what is he talking about? How dare he talk nonsense at this time? As he spoke, a beetle exploded in front of them, and a six-petal lotus exploded, causing many void cracks nearby to shatter. Retreat! Hai shouted and quickly retreated. The 6 broken cracks were mixed with other cracks, and he was at risk of dying. This place was too dangerous. Pingshan almost stuck to Fong Ping, so he hurriedly retreated. Wherever Fong Ping retreated, he retreated. And Li Wuji had no one to rely on. At this moment, he chose to approach King Pingshan. There was no other reason, because King Pingshan was weak. When this guy encountered a crisis, he might not be as fast as Li Wuji, so he could die for him. Kaboom! The void nearby burst into a dazzling light, instantly turning into darkness. Outside the dark area, no one could use their mentality to explore, and their vision was blocked by the darkness. At this moment, they could only see those vague figures emerging in the void. Everyone memorized the area where there were 6 broken cracks. Qin Qian watched while transmitting his voice to Li Zhu. Do you think this dark crack zone is formed naturally or deliberately created by someone? They all surround the Myriad Worlds Palace, and it doesn't seem to be formed naturally. Li Zhu replied, This place is mysterious, maybe deliberately created by someone. And the others haven't said yet. At the critical moment, you and I can work together. Even the 4 inspectors can't do anything. I'm afraid the beginner martial realm powerhouses will come. It doesn't matter. Li Zhu transmitted his voice. If they want to come, they can come. These people won't act rashly, it'll be too noisy. There are still 3 free origin powerhouses in the depths of the heavenly tomb. If they attract their attention, the beginner martial realm will also be in danger. After saying this, Li Zhu added, That Taoist Neo from before. I've never seen him. God Ox Island's island master. Huai Ying's good friend. They weren't allies, but King Qian didn't mind talking about it. Li Zhu frowned slightly, looking at King Huai. His good friend? He was the king lord of the Tianji royal court, and King Huai was a true king of the royal court, true king palace in the past. He knew this guy quite well. But when did he get to know a peak emperor friend? God Ox Island, he had never heard of it. With some doubts, Li Zhu didn't say anything more. Could it be Fong Ping? Li Zhu thought to himself and quickly comforted himself. Don't be paranoid. Fong Ping didn't receive any news this time, and there was information that Fong Ping seemed to be injured, which was also the reason suppressing Heavenly King broke the 3 gates. Fong Ping had just encountered danger, and now he appeared? Wang Jinyang had just returned to the human race, and it was said that he was discussing some important matters with Fong Ping. Fong Ping wouldn't leave so soon, would he? Li Zhu looked at the dark zone again, raising his eyebrows slightly, feeling a little uneasy. It wasn't good to think that every person he saw was Fong Ping. It shouldn't be Fong Ping, but if something happened to Haiyu and only Niu Meng is left in the Pathfinder team, or Li Wuji and Niu Meng, he might be Fong Ping. Li Zhu judged in his heart. Now, he would even be suspicious when he saw a stranger. Not only Niu Meng, but there were also a few people from Medicine God Island that he didn't know, and they were also among his suspects. Fong Ping appeared and disappeared unpredictably, and he was really not at ease. In the dark zone, Fong Ping grabbed hold of a true god from Medicine God Island. Medicine God Venerable Emperor hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, Brother Niao. You're welcome, brother. Fong Ping smiled and said, It's just a matter of convenience. As the Celestial Pole Prince said, we haven't seen the opportunity yet, so there's no need for us to be too hostile toward each other. The fight for the opportunity is also up to those heavenly kings and saints. I only hope that I can break through to Saint this time. In front, Hai still had some lingering fear. At this moment, she also said, "It's good that everyone is united." At this moment, less than 10 to 20% of the way has been traveled, and there are many dangers. Don't act rashly. Fang Ping nodded, looking simple and honest. King Pingshan said that he would kill these people. He wasn't too interested. They were all insignificant people. Even Hai was only a saint. Why should he make a move now and make the others vigilant? If Fang Ping didn't make a move, would the undying heavenly king be worthy of his identity? Who was he? The existence of the Emperor Slayer. Did he need to be sneaky to kill a saint? He had no face. If he wanted to do it, then he had to do it big. If he really did it, if he didn't kill a heavenly king, it would be a waste. A small character like Ping Shan obviously couldn't understand the thoughts of a big character like him. Fang Ping sighed in his heart. That was true. How could a sparrow and a swallow understand the ambition of a swan? Ping Shan's vision was too limited. As he thought about it, another crack exploded. Fang Ping hurriedly dodged and pulled another divine sect true god aside. That true god was also full of gratitude and hurriedly said, "Thank you, sir." "You're welcome, brother." Fang Ping smiled and said, "We're family, there's no need to be so polite." This time, the way everyone looked at Fang Ping was a little different. This person was simple and honest. Although the crack that had just exploded was not considered dangerous to him, it was not easy to want to save people at this time. There were very few such powerhouses in the three realms now. Next, there were still many dangers. Fang Ping's top-level Venerable Emperor strength was also fully displayed. The sea opened the way. Medicine God Venerable Emperor continued to be responsible for exploring the surroundings, while Fang Ping was responsible for the crack that exploded behind, saving people at any time. The few true gods were saved by him again and again. Even Li Wuji could not help but approach Fang Ping at this time. This venerable emperor was really reliable. His surname was Niu. Although he was not a demon, he was still considered family. Li Wuji was also a tactful person. After being saved by Fang Ping once, he immediately tried to get close to him. Island Master Niu and my water clan are also family. My elder ancestor has just achieved Saint Realm not long ago. If Island Master Niu wants to break through, you can share some of my elder ancestor's experience. My elder ancestor is also Emperor Nan's disciple. This guy spared no effort in selling WaterClan. Anyway, he did not have to pay the price. Fang Ping did not find it noisy. He smiled and nodded, continuing to work diligently. The few of them went deeper and deeper. At this moment, the danger was also increasing. The crack exploded again. This time, Medicine God Venerable Emperor almost did not dodge it. Fang Ping hurriedly pulled Medicine God Venerable Emperor aside. Medicine God Venerable Emperor had a lingering fear and hurriedly thanked him. Just now, a crack had sliced past his head, almost cutting his head off. Fortunately, Niu Meng pulled him, avoiding the danger. "Fellow Niu, I will never forget the kindness of saving my life." Fang Ping was still simple and honest. He smiled and said, "We are just helping each other. If something happens to you, we don't have Medicine God Island's investigative means. Wouldn't it be more dangerous?" In front, Haiyu sighed again. Fellow Niu Meng saw it clearly. "It is indeed so. I was worried that you guys would not get along and lose your lives. Now I am much more relaxed." Encountering a group of sensible powerhouses, he was also much more at ease. King Pingshan lowered his head, a strange look in his eyes. What was Fang Ping trying to do? Selling his honest and loyal persona? Did he think it was not enough to enter the divine sect? He also wanted to raise the flag and become the boss? Everyone continued to move forward. Until now, no one had died. They were almost halfway through the road. The myriad world's palace in front could already be seen more clearly. As for Fang Ping, he continued to do his own thing, not daring to slack off. In this way, the 5 true gods surrounded him, thinking that he was too reliable. Fang Ping remained calm. He had no intention of subduing these people. The key was still to integrate into them. The more these people believed in him, the easier it was for him to hide. He wanted to see if there was a chance to kill a few heavenly kings. Everyone continued to move forward. After walking for a while, they could already see a long staircase. Seeing this, Medicine God Empyrean said happily, "Almost there!" Having said that, Medicine God Empyrean's voice suddenly rang in Fang Ping's ears. "Fellow Niu Meng, don't go up the staircase without permission later. It is very dangerous. Just follow me." Fang Ping was a little surprised, but he still nodded indiscernibly. Medicine God Island. This was someone from the Emperor God's bloodline. And this time, the leader was actually Heavenly King Yi, who was also the Emperor God's chief. It seemed that Medicine God Island did know something. Inadvertently planted a willow tree. Fang Ping was surprised. "I just saved you and you want to repay me?" This was a little interesting. What dangers were there in this myriad world's palace? Medicine God Empyrean did not say much, and Fang Ping did not ask, but he was more attentive. He was a good person, and good people did not ask for anything in return. Saving a few poor true gods was also what he should do. Just like that, along the way, they encountered many dangers. But Medicine God Empyrean had many tricks up his sleeves, and Sea Area was also strong enough. They encountered the crack of breaking 6 a few times, but it was either avoided or destroyed by Sea Area and Fang Ping's joint forces. In this way, the group of people actually stepped onto the staircase without any surprises or danger. The moment they stepped on the staircase, Medicine God Empyrean suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Not the relief of surviving a disaster, but full of confidence, as if there would no longer be any danger. If he had not said that before, Fang Ping might not have noticed. But Fang Ping, who had been staring at him, had this feeling. This guy really relaxed completely. At this moment, Fang Ping heard the voice of the cat, "Liar, I think I smell a familiar smell." As soon as these words came out, Fang Ping's heart stirred slightly. There was someone in the myriad world's palace. Chapter 1284. A familiar smell? Fang Ping's heart skipped a beat. There was someone here? At this moment, Fang Ping was standing on the steps, looking upward. The grand hall was incomparably huge. There was also a sense of oppression. There were many steps, one after another. Fang Ping did a quick count. There were probably more than 1,000 steps. The myriad world's palace was only at the top of the stairs. At this moment, the medicine god Venerable Emperor said, "Don't walk around carelessly. This is the myriad world's palace. In the past, only emperors and above were qualified to come to the heavenly court." Li Wuji asked curiously, "What about Fei Zun? Are those who are not venerable sovereigns qualified to come to the celestial court?" Medicine god Darch smiled faintly and said, "Darch, to come here you need to walk. Only sages and heavenly kings could fly in." Hai, you also looked at the stairs for a while, feeling a little absent-minded. After a while, he said, "I've been here before. I was only a venerable sovereign at that time. I was an independent cultivator venerable sovereign, an overseas independent cultivator. I've only been here once. Things are still the same, but people have changed." In the past, he had been an emperor-level master. However, he had only been to the myriad world's palace once in his life. Hai Yu suddenly chuckled and said, "I will never forget that time." The medicine god Imperial Venerable Emperor was also an ancient venerable emperor. When he heard this, he said softly, "Fellow Taoist Hai Yu, did you come here that time?" "Not bad." Hai Yu's eyes were dazed as she said, "It was that time." Everyone looked at them. Fang Ping had some guesses, but he did not say anything. As expected, the medicine god Venerable Emperor smiled and said, "I know, we were all insignificant people that time, so we didn't dare to look around." So fellow Taoist was also there that day. Seeing that Fang Ping did not understand, The medicine god Venerable Emperor sighed. It's the day the immortal origin is built, and the day the 9 emperors celebrate. He summoned the emperors of the 3 realms for a banquet. But who would have thought that conflict would break out that day? Heaven the Archjon turned hostile on the spot and pointed an arrow at the emperors. Haiyu sighed. Sigh. That was also the cause of Heaven the Archjon's calamity. The medicine god Venerable Emperor was speechless. He shook his head and said, perhaps. Not many years after the banquet ended, news of Zhan Tiandi's death spread. Celestial the Archbatian was so furious that he killed his way into the heavenly court. A great battle broke out on that very day. After that was the war that engulfed the 3 realms. Both of them sighed endlessly. The upheaval of the 3 dimensions was caused by that banquet. It was also the beginning of chaos. Li Wuji was confused. Why did they start a conflict all of a sudden? I don't know much about Heavenly Battled Arch, but I do know a thing or two about the reincarnation of Heavenly Battled Arch in the human race. He has a gentle personality, and according to some ancient records, Heavenly Battled Arch isn't arrogant. He's not a human king, either. How could a war break out so easily? Fong Ping glanced at it. Unremarkable force, you're amazing. As expected of the Ox tribe. What do you mean by not being a sovereign personage? So you're saying that if it were me, I would have done it? Obviously, Li Wuji did not care about this. Fong Ping was not here, so what was the big deal about slandering him? Moreover, it was the truth. Haiyu smiled and did not continue speaking. A wave of energy shot out, and it quickly shattered, exploding with resplendent light. However, the energy was not very strong, and it was to inform the other side that they had arrived. After informing them, Haiyu sighed and said, actually, we don't really know why the conflict broke out that day. We were just small characters in the past, sitting at the end of the table while the big shots talked in front of us. Originally, the 9 emperors wanted to celebrate the establishment of the immortal source. The rules of the 3 realms were clear, and humans and immortals were separated. We don't know what they talked about. In short, from the beginning, the 4 emperors did not look too good. Heavenly Emperor Zhan did not notice anything, but Celestial Emperor Batian was obviously unhappy. Celestial Emperor Batian was considered kind, and his unhappiness was shown on his face. However, I didn't expect that the one who fell out was not Celestial Emperor Batian, but Heavenly Emperor Zhan. Medicine Goddarch added, actually, we didn't expect this to happen that day. The 4 emperors actually participated in the establishment of the mortal source. Why did they fall out? It was really surprising. Later on, the outside world said that it was because the 3 sects were blocking the way, and the human world was destroyed, but it might not be because of this. The human world destroyed the human world. That day, no one really said that they wanted to completely destroy the human world. The immortal source absorbed a large amount of energy from the human world, and the spiritual energy was exhausted, but it was only to restrict the human world. Back then, there were still many martial artists in the human world who walked the path of beginner martial arts. The 9 emperors mainly wanted to destroy the beginner martial arts orthodoxy. Beginner martial arts use up more energy, especially after the golden body realm. The consumption will increase. When the spiritual energy in the human world is exhausted, beginner martial artists will be destroyed, and they have no choice but to cultivate the origin. This should be the 9 emperors' original intention. Fong Ping was surprised. This was the first time he heard someone say this. The immortal source was not to destroy the law. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be true. If it was not for the Emperor's sword absorbing the spiritual energy returned by the immortal source, perhaps the human world would really continue to develop like this. Although the energy was not too abundant, it was enough to sustain some people's cultivation. After the golden body reached the advanced stage, it was difficult to improve further. At this moment, even if they cultivated the beginner martial arts path, they might give up and walk on the origin path again. If that was the case, it was understandable why energy was also extracted back then. To destroy the beginner martial arts, It was not to destroy completely, but to make the beginner martial arts disappear from the human world and the land realm. Back then, a lot of the energy in the land realm was also extracted. For the powerhouses who had walked on the origin path and defeated beginner martial arts, this should be worth doing. The 9 emperors and 4 emperors. Celestial Emperor Reverse did not know, but the other 3 celestial emperors were all on the origin path. Previously, there seemed to be nothing wrong with their participation in the immortal source plan. Then why did they fall out later? Fong Ping pondered in his heart. Could it be because of the figure deep in the origin? Resurrection? Or control? Or something else? The 4 emperors might not know before, but they found out later. So, Celestial Emperor Reverse? There was an unforeseen event in the immortal source plan which led to the war later. This unforeseen event, is it referring to that? Although Fong Ping had doubts in his heart, he could not care less at this moment. He transmitted his voice to the cat. The aura of an acquaintance. Who is it? I don't remember. Fong Ping almost died of anger. It was like this every time, dropping the ball halfway. Think carefully. The cat hiding in his arms wrinkled its tiger face and began to recall. As it thought, it felt like dozing off. Fong Ping secretly pinched its head. Sleep? Sleep your head. The cat was depressed. It could only recall again. After a while it said uncertainly, "Anyway, I've seen it before. It shouldn't be too powerful in the past, or else I would remember it. But now it seems to be much more powerful. Food?" Fong Ping asked. The cat suddenly remembered something and hurriedly transmitted its voice. "Liar, I think I remember. It's you said food, I remember. It's it? No, it's anyway, it's it. I've never eaten it before." The cat spoke incoherently. Fong Ping hurriedly said, "Slow down, who is it?" "It's that tree, it should be. But the Emperor God, old man, didn't allow me to go near it. When I went to ninth heaven to steal food, the food was also from the outside. I can't go inside, but I want to eat it. I've smelled it before. No wonder I don't remember, it's it. It's the tree that the Emperor God old man has been planting." Tree? Fong Ping was stunned. He thought of the conversation with the cat tree and Heavenly Wood that day. In the 3 realms, this time, there might be a monster plant that was going to become an emperor. Heavenly Wood was the #1 tree in the celestial court. Logically, it had the highest probability of becoming an emperor. However, Heavenly Wood said that it was not worried about other monster plants, but the one cultivated by the Emperor God. It was said that in the past, the Emperor God wanted to cultivate a powerful monster plant, so he conducted experiments everywhere. The Emperor God was not the only one who loved to research. The Beast Emperor also studied Dragonmorph. Dragonmorph was actually formed by the combination of monster plants and the Beast Emperor's blood essence. Later, the Emperor God took away Dragonmorph because of this. The reason why Heavenly Wood could become a spirit was also related to the Emperor God. The Emperor God often irrigated Heavenly Wood and experimented with some of his potions, all to stimulate the growth of monster plants. Fong Ping was a little surprised. The Emperor God planted that monster plant in the Myriad Realms Palace? What was its strength? Why was it here? The Emperor God had been here before? Didn't they say that other than the Demon Emperor, no one else had been here before? Could this place be related to the Emperor God? Fong Ping was even more confused. He transmitted his voice. I didn't sense anything. What is the strength of this tree? I don't know. The cat was afraid that Fong Ping would pinch it again, so it said immediately, "Anyway, it's at least a heavenly king. It's much stronger than before. I think it smells better than the Heavenly Wood old man. It's so fragrant. I want to eat it." As it said that it was almost drooling. It had never eaten a Heavenly King monster plant's fruit, nor had it drunk a Heavenly King drink. It wanted to eat, it wanted to drink. "Liar, you said before that you would give me an emperor-level fruit and drink." The cat raised its mouth miserably. After following the liar, it had eaten overlord-level monsters, saint-level monsters, and saint-level fruits and drinks. Among the Heavenly King monsters, It had not eaten Sea Guardian and Dragon transformation yet. Big Dog too, but Big Dog was not considered a monster, so forget it. Anyway, the cat had not eaten a Heavenly King monster. In ancient times, it had not eaten it either. No matter how much Spirit Emperor doted on it, he would not go out of his way to kill a Heavenly King monster for it. That would make the Beast Emperor explode. Moreover, only Sea Guardian had reached Heavenly King. In ancient times, there was not even a saint-level tree. Fong Ping transmitted his voice. No hurry! Whether it's an enemy or a friend, it can eat and drink. Kill the enemy directly. If it's a friend, it's only right to give it a taste. Fong Ping was not in a hurry. Instead, he asked again, Heavenly King, what level of Heavenly King is it? I don't know. I can only smell it, but I can't see the tree. Fong Ping raised his head and looked at the main hall. Could it be that the tree was hidden here? A Heavenly King monster plant was hiding here. What was it trying to do? Did Heavenly Kingy know? It was very likely that he knew. The medicine god Venerable the Arch was confident. Did he also know that a Heavenly King monster plant was hidden here? Was a Heavenly King monster plant stronger than ordinary Heavenly Kings? Fong Ping knew nothing about all this. He had never encountered a monster plant of this level. He did not know what it was capable of. A Heavenly King monster plant was hiding here. Fong Ping suppressed his thoughts and looked at the dark area. At this moment, the second wave of people had begun to move. Fong Ping could not see it clearly. Through the countless cracks, he could only see many people coming. Luan and Heavenly King, you should be there. Fong Ping was considering if he should make a move. If he did not make a move, he would not have a chance when these people arrived. If he made a move, Luan and Heaven's Fate had no grudge. In the end, only Heavenly King Yi, Tianji, and King Zhen could be killed. Fong Ping actually wanted to kill Li Zhu and King Qian. Fong Ping frowned. He suppressed his desire to destroy the dark area with one blow and chose not to make a move. Heavenly King, he might have a big plan. Perhaps he wanted to plot against Li Zhu and King Qian. He might be able to follow and take advantage of it. Fong Ping quietly refined the saint token in his hand. This was also a trump card that could kill Tianbai. If the saint wanted to run, it would be difficult for him to kill him. Especially now, his divine weapon was destroyed. Actually, severing path was not as easy as before. How strong is this hidden demon plant? Is this a trap set up by Emperor God? What is Emperor God trying to do? Fong Ping snorted. He wanted to stop whatever the Emperor wanted to do. After all, he had a bad impression of the Emperor. Even though Emperor God and Emperor of Heaven Reverse had performed well and did not oppress them too much, Fong Ping did not trust them. At the same time, in the dark void, Sky Arm tore open the void and hid in it, protecting Iron Head. Iron Head was confused. Are we going to wait? Yes. Sky Arm looked to the end of the darkness, to the place that was glowing with light, the Myriad World's palace. He seemed to be reminiscing and lost. That is the Myriad World's palace, the place where the Celestial Court holds court. It has been here since a long time ago. Back then, when the creator of the origin was still alive, it was already here. I have been there before, until the 9 sovereigns proved their Tao and killed many of my friends. Since then, I have never been there again. Oh, Sky Arm was powerless. Was this his reaction? Sky Arm continued. I sense the seed's aura. It is in the Myriad World's palace. I don't know if it was done by the emperors or that person back then. Maybe the seed was lured here. It's here? Li Hansong was excited. Are we going to rob it? Don't think too much. Sky Arm snorted. 10 Heavenly Kings were here. They were courting death. Even though he was a powerhouse, he could not defeat 10 Heavenly Kings. Not to mention that 4 of them had broken 7. With such strength, they could defeat him. The seed, even if it was here back then, it might not be here now. But it must have appeared here before. If it did, then we have a chance to capture the shadow of the seed. Sky Arm thought about it and said, I will sneak in with you later. Once there is a chance, I will perform the beginner martial world and send you to find the seed. Boy, don't waste this old man's painstaking efforts. I know. Li Hansong readily agreed, but he was still a little uneasy. Did they come here to look for seeds as well? If so, I am no match for them. Not necessarily. This Myriad Worlds Palace might have some problems. There might be something else. Sky Arm did not dare to use his vision to scan the Myriad Worlds Palace. He stared at the palace from afar and thought for a while. Then he looked at the dark area surrounding the palace like a jade belt. This place might have been set up by someone to prevent people from entering. To be able to set up such a place, it should be the Emperor's. There is a high chance that emperors have been here before, and it was after the battle, not before. Li Hansong rolled his eyes. Nonsense. It must have been after the battle. The Myriad Worlds Palace must have been in the Heavenly Court before. The Heavenly Court had not been destroyed yet. So how could there be so many void cracks? Sky Arm seemed to know what he was thinking and said, This means that the people who came here might not have been restricted. The only emperors who could still be dispatched after the battle are God Emperor and Do. Kid, do you understand what I am saying? He was not talking nonsense. He was telling him that this place might have been set up by these two powerhouses. This time, Li Hansong finally understood. He nodded slightly. Then when do we go in? We will go in another direction and enter at the same time as Li Zhu and the others. This way, they won't dare to attack the void and create more cracks. Otherwise, I am worried that they will purposely break the void to prevent others from entering. Senior is wise. Li Hansong flattered Sky Arm. Sky Arm enjoyed it. Although it was silly, it was rare for a fool to flatter him. He accepted it. Ha ha ha, so easy. Laughter came. Chaotic Heavenly King stepped on the stairs and laughed. Too easy. Then he turned around and laughed. Li Zhu, King Qian, don't come. I won't let you in. As he finished, he was about to attack the void. Heavenly King Yi saw this and quickly said, Chaotic, calm down. This isn't the end. We won't be able to find the secret place with just the few of us. Are you kidding me? I didn't mean that. At this moment, Tianji and King Zhen frowned and looked at Chaotic Heavenly King. This guy really turned his back on them. First, he attacked and didn't let Li Zhu and the others come over. At this moment, Li Zhu and the others didn't dare to come over. It was too dangerous. This bastard Chaotic Heavenly King was really unreliable. He turned his back on them, just like that. Chaotic Heavenly King snorted and bared his teeth. Fine, I will give you a chance. But if you don't want me to attack, hurry up and give me a divine weapon. Everyone was tired. You are too much. Not giving. Chaotic Heavenly King was furious. He picked up his sword and was about to slash at the other side. Heavenly King Yi hurriedly stopped him. His expression was extremely ugly. This guy is really like a human king. Li Wuji discussed softly. He even sealed the void around him and chatted with King Ping Shan. King Ping Shan's face twitched. Li Wuji didn't care and continued, See, if a human king was here, he would probably do the same, even more ruthless. Even a divine weapon might not be enough. King Ping Shan looked at it sympathetically. You're going to be unlucky. This isn't the first time you've insulted Fong Ping. Do you really think you can do whatever you want when he's not here? No, it's just the truth. But sometimes the truth shouldn't be said. This stupid bull was really courting death. Even if Fong Ping did not kill it, he might chop some beef and bring it back to eat. Just as King Ping Shan was thinking about this, Fong Ping telepathically said to the cat, This time we got the Heavenly King drink. Let's eat some true god beef. It should taste good. It's very fresh and tender. The meat isn't old. The cat telepathically said suspiciously, Is the true god beef delicious? It's not tender enough. It's okay. I'm good at cooking. It's even better than the Heavenly King beef. Then we have to eat. The cat was hungry. It wanted to eat. The tiger head popped out and took a look at Li Wuji. It was this true god beef, right? Just one look, Li Wuji's expression suddenly changed. Danger. The danger of being eaten. It had this feeling before. It was that day when they went to Magic City. It had this feeling. It was targeted by a cat, so it had a sense of danger. Today it had this feeling again. Li Wuji's face was twisted. Fang Ping was here? The cat was here? Where was he? This was too scary. Did both of them come here? Li Wuji glanced around. There weren't many people on the platform. It looked carefully one by one. Soon Li Wuji's eyes narrowed. Niu Meng. It immediately thought of the person who was trying to get close to him. He was not too familiar with this person. He was actually quite familiar with the people from Medicine God Island. It was fine if he did not think about it. Now that he thought about it, Li Wuji's heart gradually overlapped with the two, and he was scared out of his wits. Damn! It was him. No wonder he felt a sense of danger. He had been heard when he was talking bad about him. Li Wuji's tone changed, and he continued the previous topic. But the King of Man did this for the sake of the human race. It's different from this fellow. It's for the sake of the race. Moreover, the King of Man wins every time. This one doesn't seem to have succeeded. He was talking about Luan. Although Luan was not stingy, he did not seem to have gained any big advantage. Li Wuji looked down on him first. Luan did not hear him. They were still arguing. In the end, Heavenly King Yi said helplessly, "How about this if we enter the secret place and find treasures? Fellow Luan can choose one more. How about that?" Choose one more? Aren't they all mine? Luan's face darkened. He laughed and said, "I was just saying. It's a deal. I want one more. If you don't, I will settle the score with you. Don't think you can hide in Medicine God Island. If you don't, I will not let you off." Heavenly King Yi smiled bitterly. He did not say much. Then he unleashed his energy, indicating that the other side had settled it. The other side was just about to come over. Luan did not wait for them and walked up the stairs. He was going to Myriad World's palace. No! Heavenly King Yi had just said this. And the moment Luan stepped on the stairs, the heaven and earth suddenly shook. Myriad World's palace shook violently. Heavenly King Yi's head swelled. He roared, "Come here quickly. The void nearby is about to collapse. Hurry!" At this moment, Li Zhu and King Qian both cursed. Rumble. With a loud explosion, a true immortal died instantly. The void cracks were exploding. It would have been better if he had just attacked in the chaos. Now, there were explosions all around him. Luan was also confused. What happened? I didn't do it. Heavenly King Yi was too lazy to say anything. He was a little annoyed that he had forgotten to stop this guy. At this moment, seeing Luan's indignant face, Heavenly King Yi had to say, "Don't go any more. Don't go anywhere. Myriad World's palace is not in the real world. It is an intersection point of the real universe, the 9 heavens and the source universe. Here, the energy imbalance can easily cause the void to collapse. Don't move anymore." He was also helpless. He quickly said, "Wait for Li Zhu and the others to arrive. Enter immediately. Otherwise, Myriad World's palace may disappear from the real universe." While he was talking, Fang Ping was a little shocked. This place was not in the real universe. This was an intersection point of Myriad Worlds. The 3 realms, the 9 heavens, and the source universe? This place was called Myriad World's Palace. Was this name related to these things? Or was it just a coincidence? While he was still thinking, over there in the dark void, countless cracks burst. Li Zhu and King Qian were roaring, so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. Bastard! Didn't they say they had a deal? Why did this happen again? Several powerhouses, along with the others, quickly broke through the void. At this moment, they couldn't care about anything else. At the same time, at the core of the heavenly tomb, Heavenly Hound looked in that direction and said curiously, "Such a big commotion. What are these guys doing? I'll go take a look. Heavenly Hound! Before Tian Chen finished speaking, Heavenly Hound ran away to see what was going on. Just as Heavenly Hound ran away, Sherpa was also surprised. That place. Why does it feel like? It feels like I can communicate with the source. Sherpa, buzz. Sherpa ran away. Tian Chen almost died of anger. These two bastards. 3 realms. Demon Court. Sea Guardian suddenly looked at the deep sea, and his expression changed slightly. Heavenly Tomb Riot? Divine Sect. King Kuan frowned. So fast, what did it trigger? Earth. Heavenly King Zhen and God Creation Envoy quickly appeared above the sea of bitterness. The two of them looked at each other. Heavenly King Zhen frowned and said, "It's a bit like the world behind the door. No." God Creation Envoy frowned. The chaotic aura is mixed with many things. Could it be World Point? What? It's just a gathering point for a few realms. This place appeared in the past as well. It disappeared in a flash and wasn't of much use. But this time it seems a little different. As he spoke, the God Creation Envoy hurriedly said, "Stay here, I'll go take a look." "You go. Cut the crap, let's go." The God Creation Envoy quickly ran over. Interesting. It was indeed a sign of chaos in the world. Even this kind of connection point between the various worlds had appeared. For a time, all the experts ran towards the heavenly tomb. P.S. I'm begging for a monthly ticket. It's already the end of the month. If I don't vote, it'll be a waste. Chapter 1285. In front of Myriad World's palace. Explosions rang out incessantly. Outside, in the dark crack zone, Li Zhu roared. King Qian and the other heavenly kings were the same. Luan, this scammer, moving around without any reason, was troublesome. On the stairs, Luan was innocent, but at the same time he didn't care. Anyway, it had nothing to do with him. Whether they died or not. What did it have to do with him? Luan didn't move anymore. He sat on the stairs and looked at the experts struggling in the dark crack, the weak falling. He asked curiously, "I only took one step. How did this thing explode?" He was still curious. He didn't do anything. Why did it explode? If it exploded, then so be it. Li Zhu and the others insisted on coming over. He was helpless too. They couldn't do anything even if they roared. Who asked them to come? At the side, Heavenly King Yi's expression wasn't too good. Hearing his sarcastic remarks, he didn't care. Worried that he would continue, he said in a low voice, "Myriad World's palace is in a relatively balanced zone. It can be considered a boundary point. You just stepped on the stairs and your power isn't balanced enough, causing the power here to be unbalanced. Originally, those who aren't heavenly kings wouldn't be affected too much. Even heavenly kings are the same." As he spoke, he looked at Luan and frowned. "Looks like Taoist Luan is about to touch the door. It must be that the door's power is too biased, causing the power to be unbalanced." At this moment, he suddenly thought of something. Myriad World's palace wouldn't be so easily unbalanced. But the moment Luan stepped on it, he instantly lost his balance. This meant that one of his powers was too strong, and it must have drawn the void door, causing the power to be greatly unbalanced. As he said this, everyone looked at Luan. Luan had an indifferent expression as he laughed. "I haven't broken 8 yet. Even if I did, a void door is nothing." Luan curled his lips and said casually, "There are many who have broken 8 now. Those below are all trash. I won't be trash. This time I must break 8. In other words, he killed a bunch of people. Heavenly King, he wasn't in the mood to argue with him. This guy was about to break 8, which was quite scary. If he succeeded, Luan would be the first expert to break 8 after Heaven Realm was destroyed. Demon Emperor and Li Zhu were also people after Heaven Realm was destroyed, but they didn't succeed. As for Chaotic, he was indeed the main character of that era. Being able to cultivate to this level, Luan wasn't an idiot. Although Heavenly King, he didn't explain it clearly, Luan soon understood. Carrying the huge sword on his shoulder, Luan asked curiously, World points. Are there really places where multiple powers intersect? So you're saying that the three realms are one entity, including the 9 heavens and the source world. They're all in this universe, but there's a separation of power? Luan didn't care about the lives of others. He looked at the dark sky and muttered, "This place is actually a boundary point. If there's a boundary point, does it mean that there's actually a boundary point for origin, chi, blood, and spiritual consciousness? When these three are in harmony, this is origin power. Or is it something even stronger than origin power?" Luan furrowed his brows and continued, "Return to one. Breaking the 8 returned to one. Breaking the 3 gates, the gate of spiritual sense and the gate of chi and blood, these can be considered as 2 types of powers. As for the gate of life, it provided life energy. Why would it provide life energy? Was it purely for the sake of strengthening his body and strengthening his chi and blood? Not necessarily. Everyone was listening to him. After all, Luan was one of the top experts in the world. Although he looked unreliable at times, it didn't mean that his knowledge of martial arts was lacking. Luan continued, "So you're saying that breaking the gate of life, to strengthen the body, might not be for anything else, but to accommodate the origin power and to return the origin power to one." "Return to one's body?" Luan asked curiously. "I want to know if the guy who broke the gate of life first broke the gate of life, would the increase in their origin power decrease even faster?" Heavenly King Yi tilted his head and looked at him. At this moment, he didn't care about the others and frowned slightly. Soon, Heavenly King Yi said in a deep voice, "Currently, only Zhan and Hongkuin have broken the gate of life. The others should have broken the other gates, and the God Creation Envoy did not break the gate of life." Luan nodded slightly and said quickly, "So if we kill these 2 guys, we might be able to find out the details and see if breaking the gate of life would greatly weaken the increase in origin power. If so, it means that the final return to one is actually not the combination of 2 powers, but the combination of 3 powers. Also, if that's the case, if there's a problem with the origin, the guy with the gate of life shattered will actually be stronger than the others, right?" Heavenly King Yi shook his head. "I don't know. I haven't broken past 8 either." "That's true, you piece of trash. You've cultivated for so many years, yet you still haven't broken through the 7th level. You really don't understand." These words made many people embarrassed. King Zhen didn't make a sound. Heaven's Fate also looked up at the sky. Next to Li Wuji, his patriarch Shui Li was also there. At this moment, the water buffalo was calm and composed, as if he hadn't heard anything. In terms of age, even Heavenly King, he was not necessarily older than it. The medicine god Emperor smiled bitterly. He could not be considered very old, but from the fact that he had participated in the Celestial Origin Convention, it was known that he had become a venerable emperor 8,000 years ago. Even if he had only been a few thousand years old back then, he was now more than 10,000 years old. Luan was born in a chaotic era. He was less than 8,000 years old. Luan was almost 8 years old, but he was still a venerable sovereign. These people were silent. Mediocre Strength glanced around and suddenly muttered, "The human king has only cultivated for 21 years. No, I cultivated for 3 years." He was flattering Fang Ping. As for offending Luan, Mediocre Strength wasn't too worried. The patriarch was here. Although he couldn't defeat Luan, he didn't do anything. Fang Ping was here too. If he got beaten up by Luan because of his flattery, he didn't know if Fang Ping would save him. If he didn't save him, he would run away quickly. Otherwise, he would be beaten to death by Luan. He was risking his life to flatter Fang Ping. Mediocre Strength was risking his life to flatter Fang Ping. What happened before should be considered settled, right? Luan glanced at him. He was too lazy to argue with a small true god. What the small true god said was the truth. Although Luan was arrogant and domineering, he knew himself and dared to accept reality. He laughed and said, "Fang Ping's cultivation is indeed fast. However, that kid has a lot of problems. If I break past 8, then I break past 8. That kid, he might not be the one breaking past 8. He might just end up helping someone else. Fang Ping didn't say a word. It wasn't strange that Luan and the others noticed something. At his level, if he only knew how to be reckless, he wouldn't have lived until now. As they were talking, Li Zhu growled in the dark crevice. A big cauldron appeared. As soon as this cauldron appeared, it shocked the void. Many crevices were flattened. 1,000 worlds cauldron. Li Zhu brought the weapon used by the palm seal. King Qian also threw a big seal in his hand. Heavenly King's seal. Both of them were doing their best. They had broken past 7, so it wasn't too dangerous. However, the true gods and venerable emperors they brought along were in danger. Both of them were doing their best to protect these people. The other 3 heavenly kings also attacked. With the help of the 5 heavenly kings, the rioting crevice finally calmed down a little. Luan chuckled. If there's a riot now, the heavenly kings might die. Celestial fate, go and do it. Celestial fate was speechless. Am I stupid? I've only broken past 6. If a broken past 7 escapes alive when I die, why don't you do it yourself? Although Luan said it like that, Heavenly King Yi was extremely vigilant. He was really afraid that something like that would happen. He said hurriedly, "We need their strength to enter the myriad worlds palace. Otherwise, we can't enter at all." Luan, Heavenly King, ignored him. He was just saying it. He didn't want to kill those weaklings. Even if he killed a few weak heavenly kings, a broken past 7 would probably fight him to the death. At this moment, a roar exploded in another direction. Heavenly King Yi's eyes moved. He quickly looked in that direction. It was a little far away. It was almost behind them. However, Heavenly King Yi still said in a low voice, "There's someone else. At least a broken past 7. Who's coming?" "There was someone over there." Luan, Heavenly King, laughed. "Who cares? It's more fun when there are more people. When there are more experts, we can only take the good stuff if we kill one." Heavenly King Yi snorted. He felt a headache coming. It was fine if a broken past 7 came, but if a broken past 8 came, it would be troublesome. At this moment, Heavenly King Yi suddenly yelled, "It's best not to enter this place. 3 gates haven't been broken. The power is too biased. If we're not careful, the boundary point will be broken and we'll die here." A broken past 8 expert had broken 3 gates. The power imbalance was a little serious. At this connecting point, it was easy to lose a great deal of power and die directly. No one answered. It was unknown if there was a broken past 8 hiding in the dark. Heavenly King, he couldn't care so much. He urged again, "King Li, hurry up!" At this moment, the Myriad Worlds Palace was already shaking. If they didn't come, this place might shatter. Li Zhu and King Qian roared. They tore through the air and came. Lotus flowers bloomed. It was exceptionally beautiful. However, such beauty wasn't something everyone could enjoy. Li Zhu and King Qian were strong, but even they faced great danger. Sometimes they couldn't even stop it. Some true gods were swallowed by the darkness without even a splash. Blood rain gradually descended. Before entering the Myriad Worlds Palace, many people had died. The true Heaven Grave was much more dangerous than the fake Heaven Grave. At this moment, the experts who came first were all solemn. They hadn't even seen the fortuitous opportunity, and so many people had died. Sometimes, some people wondered if it was all worth it. Even Li Wu Ji didn't make a sound. The weakest was a true god. The experts that the 3 realms had accumulated for so many years were dying one after another. More and more people were dying. They didn't know how long they could live. The 3 realms was much more dangerous than it was tens of thousands of years ago. The elites that had been accumulated for tens of thousands of years had died for nothing. As everyone looked at each other with complicated expressions, the void shattered with a rumble. Li Zhu, King Qian, and the others stepped up the stairs in embarrassment. Behind them, many of the experts they had brought had died. On the divine sect side, there were 20 true gods, but now there were only 14 left. Including Fang Ping and 4 venerable emperors, there was one less. The saints weren't dead. They were all in a sorry state. In this moment, 6 true gods and 1 venerable emperor had died. King Qian's face was extremely gloomy. They hadn't seen anything, and so many people had died. This kind of loss was hard to bear. King Qian glanced at Luan. Luan was sitting casually. Seeing this, he said maliciously, "What? Why are you looking at me? Are you looking for trouble? Last time, your thigh bone was too weak and was smashed by the human emperor's sword. Do you want to borrow your skull?" King Qian's face was as gloomy as water. He said coldly, "Luan, do you really think I can't do anything to you? Then let's try. What's wrong with trying?" King Qian was also full of anger. He directly took out the Heavenly King's seal and blasted it over. Behind him, King Zhen was silent. He also attacked with his palm. Tian by instantly recalled the Heavenly King's seal. Yuan Gang and the others frowned slightly and didn't attack. However, they also surrounded Luan. They were all full of anger, but Luan acted as if nothing had happened. She even provoked King Qian. King Qian couldn't bear it anymore. Heavenly King Yi's face was also very ugly. Looking at the void shaking and the dark area outside still exploding, he shouted in a low voice, "Stop! Quickly break the void and turn the outer area into a dead land. Enter Myriad World's palace immediately. If we don't enter, Myriad World's palace will disappear." No one paid attention to what he said before. When he said that Myriad World's palace was going to disappear, everyone actually felt it. Myriad World's palace was very solid before, but now it seemed to be dissipating. As soon as he said that, King Qian snorted coldly and stopped attacking. Luan's sword broke King Zhen's palm. He slowly kept his sword and cursed. "Just you wait. Are you bullying me? This is too much. Wait until we enter, I'll show you. Don't give me a chance, or else I'll kill all of you." King Qian didn't say anything else. He gathered the people from the divine sect and quickly gathered together. On the other side, Li Zhu and the others did the same. A longbow appeared in Heavenly King Yi's hand. He shot an arrow into the dark area. Rumble! The lotus bloomed even more brilliantly. In the darkness, a muffled groan came. Heavenly King Yi glanced at it and snorted, "Attack together!" Li Zhu and the others didn't say anything else. They all attacked. Rumble! The void exploded again. More and more cracks appeared. There was no sound in the darkness. Heavenly King Yi frowned and looked back at the disappearing Myriad World's palace. He didn't want to waste any more time. He shouted, "Pay attention, restrain your power, maintain the balance of spiritual consciousness, blood essence, and origin energy. Quickly climb up the stairs. Quick!" Everyone didn't dare to waste any more time. Although everyone's power wasn't balanced, there were many people. Some had strong mentality. Some had strong blood essence. After a short period of shaking, with the help of the few heavenly kings, they quickly reached a relative balance. "Go up!" Heavenly King Yi took the lead. As he quickly climbed up the stairs, he shouted, "The gate of Myriad World's palace is hard to open. Something happened to Myriad World's palace in the past. Now, it's sealed by the power of Myriad Worlds. Later, we need to maintain the balance of blood essence, spiritual consciousness, and life force. We need to reach the stage of breaking 8. Only then can we open the gate. King Li, King Zhen, and I will work together to gather life force to replace the gate of life. Chaos, Tianji, Shenghong will work together to gather life force to replace the gate of blood essence. King Qian, Yin Fei, Lu Shan, Tianji gather spiritual consciousness energy to replace the gate of spiritual consciousness. Heavenly King Yi arranged one by one. The 10 heavenly kings worked together to replace the 3 paths. Only when the 3 paths were balanced could they open the gate of Myriad World's palace. It was very complicated. Fang Ping followed behind. He didn't speak, but he was suspicious. He transmitted his voice to Azure Cat. Big Cat, if the gate of Myriad Worlds Palace is so hard to open, how did the Emperor God's tree enter? I don't know. Maybe it was inside before. Fong Ping didn't ask anymore. Heavenly King Yi and the others gathered so many powerhouses, probably to open this gate. Previously, there were 10 Heavenly Kings on the Inspector's side. They probably didn't want to invite outsiders, but 6 of them were killed. They had to let outsiders join in. I wonder if there are any other difficulties. Fong Ping wasn't sure. At this moment, he wouldn't show himself easily. Heavenly King Yi and the others didn't know what was going on. It was better for him to take it easy and let King Qian and the others take the lead. Everyone quickly ran toward the gate above. Behind, Heavenly Arm groaned. His body was covered in blood. He grabbed Tai Tu and stepped on the flat ground below. His face was pale. Tai Tu asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Heavenly Arm looked at the people who had disappeared. He wanted to step forward, but quickly stopped. He frowned and said, "This is the boundary point?" He heard what Heavenly King Yi said before. At this moment, Heavenly Arm frowned. "I can't step on this staircase alone. Otherwise, if I lose my balance, I might be teleported to an unknown area and this staircase will collapse." Tai Tu was confused. He didn't understand. At this moment, there was another explosion outside. Woof! An angry roar resounded through heaven and earth. The next moment, an incomparably huge golden dog was wrapped in countless lotus flowers. Its body was rumbling, but it still forced its way through the void cracks on the periphery. At this moment, the golden dog couldn't bear so many cracks. It didn't feel good either. As it stepped on the air, it roared violently. When Heavenly Arm saw the Heavenly Hound, his expression changed slightly. Tai Tu didn't care. This was the Heavenly Hound. It looked really strong. Heavenly Arm brought him in and was almost cut to death by the cracks. Yet the Heavenly Hound rushed over so domineeringly. The Heavenly Hound didn't care. It roared for a while and quickly stepped on the staircase. Even though there were many cracks on its body, the Heavenly Hound still raised its head. It was incomparably domineering and didn't even look at Heavenly Arm. Just as it was about to step on the staircase, the Heavenly Hound also sensed that something was wrong. It turned around and was about to speak to Heavenly Arm. Before it could speak, the Heavenly Hound suddenly tore through the void with its tail between its legs and escaped into the crack. Heavenly Arm was stunned. "What's wrong?" "I didn't attack you either. Even if I did, I might not be a match for you. Why are you running?" This time, Heavenly Arm was also shocked. He thought that there was a strong enemy in the dark. It might even be an emperor. His expression was extremely solemn as he protected Li Hansong behind him. His qi and blood erupted, and his eyes shone brightly as he looked around. Vigilance and fear. There was an incomparably strong enemy in the dark. The Heavenly Hound, which had broken 8 times, was actually scared away. Unbelievable. Just as Heavenly Arm was on guard, the darkness shattered again. The Heavenly Hound appeared in a somewhat pathetic state. After entering the void a few times, it also couldn't take it anymore. At this moment, the Heavenly Hound's huge dog head had a ferocious expression. Heavenly Arm frowned and looked at the Heavenly Hound. This dog, was there something wrong with its head? It came back again. Was there no danger? Then why did it run with its tail between its legs just now? Heavenly Hound, just as he was about to ask, the Heavenly Hound roared, "Get lost!" It felt so embarrassed. Just now. Anyway, it suddenly felt an unusual aura just now. It was so scared that it ran away immediately. However, after running for a while, it felt that something was wrong and came back. At this moment, the Heavenly Hound roared, but it was looking at someone from the corner of its eyes. It was looking at the person who was looking at it foolishly. Celestial Dharch of Batian? This thought surfaced in the Heavenly Hound's mind. Its eyes were like the universe, reflecting the surroundings, the heavens and the earth, the past, the present, and the future. This fellow was the celestial Darch of Batian? Anyway, it had smelled that aura just now, which was why it ran away in fear. Back then, the celestial Darch of Batian was delayed by it. He was so angry that he swore in the 3 realms that the next time he saw it, he would definitely smash its head. Back then, in order to escape, it deliberately ran out of the heavenly realm, which was why it did not participate in the final battle in the heavenly realm. Now, the celestial Darch of Batian had returned. It left immediately after the reincarnation of the 3 emperors in the human realm. It had never heard of it, nor did it care about it. Even if there were some rumors, it did not care. But now, the heavenly hound looked at Li Hansong, a phantom image reflected in its eyes. Actually, Heavenly Arm had reflected it before, but it could not tell whether Heavenly Arm was in the past or the future. The Heavenly Hound also could not distinguish clearly. It was very blurry. But at this moment, the Heavenly Hound instantly understood. This guy might be that guy's reincarnation. Damn it, it was actually scared by a reincarnation until it ran away with its tail between its legs. Too embarrassing. It was a celestial Darch who broke through the 8th realm. Heavenly Hound. Just as the Heavenly Hound was thinking about this, Heavenly Arm was also angry and said in a low voice, "What do you want to do?" The Heavenly Hound looked at him impatiently. Scram? Heavenly Arm, back then, you did not attack me, so I can't be bothered to haggle with you. Are you courting death? Humph. Heavenly Arm revealed a jade color and said coldly, "Try and see." Heavenly Hound, don't think that you are invincible just because you broke through the 8th realm. The Heavenly Hound was unwilling to waste time with him. It looked at Li Hansong and shouted overbearingly, "Leave this person to me." Ridiculous. On Heavenly Arm's arms, resplendent light erupted. What ferocious might! Did the Heavenly Hound really think that he was afraid of it? The Heavenly Hound bared its teeth, revealing its ferocity. After a while, it suddenly restrained itself and said coldly, "I won't kill him. Let him come over. I will give him something." Heavenly Arm snorted coldly, "Do you think I am an idiot?" Heavenly Arm, do you really want to go against me? I said I won't kill him, so I naturally won't kill him. Heavenly Arm's eyes were unkind, but he did not speak. Behind him, Li Hansong saw the man and the dog were at daggers drawn, and he coughed dryly. "Senior, I think I should go over, lest there is a conflict between you and this." "Senior Dog, no." Heavenly Arm stopped him, and the Heavenly Hound said coldly, "Hurry up, I said I won't kill him." Heavenly Arm, do you really want to force me to kill you? At this moment, the outside shook again. Sherpa was shouting and roaring crazily. He was coming, but he was only at the peak of breaking 7. At this moment, he was being cut by the cracks. Seeing that Sherpa was coming, Heavenly Arm's expression changed. He was not afraid of the Heavenly Hound, but once the Heavenly Hound and Sherpa joined forces, even if he was not afraid, he would not be able to protect Iron Fist. At this moment, Heavenly Arm's expression changed slightly. The Heavenly Hound was looking for Iron Fist. Could it be he had a vague idea in his heart? After thinking about it, Heavenly Arm did not say anything else, but said in a low voice, "He is not him." The Heavenly Hound could not be bothered and stared at Li Hansong. Li Hansong's heart palpitated a little, but at this moment he resisted the palpitation and slowly walked forward. Just as he walked to the Heavenly Hound's side, bang! The Heavenly Hound slapped him to the ground with a paw. Then it slapped his head and roared, "Who asked you to hit a dog?" Bang! Now this emperor has seized the opportunity. Bang! Your head is still so hard, you reincarnated with the same broken head, idiot! Bang! I told you to hit me every time you see a dog. Hit me again. Bang! Blow up the dog's head. I will blow up your head. Sherpa arrived, his body full of injuries. He originally wanted to complain to the Heavenly Hound, but at this moment he looked at the Heavenly Hound in a daze. This dog, is he crazy? Someone who was smacked to death with a paw. This dog was crazily attacking Li Hansong. If you want to hit me, then hit me. You are just a broken 8 dog. Why are you hitting the head of a true god? Yes, the current heavenly hound was like a mad dog, using its head to hit Li Hansong. Forget it, this dog was cursing and barking as if it was excited. Was there a need for this? Sherpa was in a daze. Heavenly Arm looked for a while and heaved a sigh of relief. This dog did not want to kill Li Hansong, but this dog's brain was indeed damaged. You are a broken 8. Even if you won against Iron Fist, isn't it embarrassing to look like a stupid dog? How embarrassing. No, it's embarrassing. He felt embarrassed for this dog. This dog was crazy, rolling on the ground and hitting its head against Iron Fist. He couldn't stand it anymore. Chapter 1286. Tai Tu was dizzy from being hit by Tengu. He felt that this dog was sick. Of course, he had heard that Celestial Emperor Batian had hit a dog before. The most important thing was, I didn't hit it. Even if it's me, you silly dog, can you stop bumping into it? His head was really going to explode from being hit by this silly dog. Tengu was very proud. After hitting for a while, it stopped. It pressed its paw on Tai Tu's head and said arrogantly, "Continue hitting me." Tai Tu felt humiliated. He had been humiliated by a dog. He looked at the silly dog in a daze and blurted out, "Put on your pants." Can a dog not wear pants? Sherpa was a little sluggish. Skyarm felt that it was necessary to save this silly boy. Tengu was also stunned for a moment and then flew into a rage out of humiliation. Did dogs need to wear pants? Which dog wore pants? Bang! With a loud sound, Tengu started hitting again. Skyarm felt a headache. Sherpa glanced at it and could not be bothered anymore. He said, "Skyarm, you're not dead yet? What is this place? Isn't this the Myriad Worlds Palace? Why does it feel different?" He said, "It's a boundary point." Boundary point! Sherpa glanced at the stairs and said after a while, "Interesting. This place has the aura of the Source World. It's very mysterious. Let's go up. Look for yourself." When Sherpa heard this, he carefully observed for a while and quickly said, "I understand. It's fine as long as the power is a bit more balanced. Big dog, stop messing around. Between the 3 of us, my spiritual sense, your chi and blood, Skyarm's vitality." Tengu slammed into Tai Tu and slumped to the ground. He looked back at the stairs and said indifferently, "We don't know if there are any benefits, and we just ran in." "There should be?" Sherpa said uncertainly. "So many people came and made such a big scene. There are no benefits?" Tengu thought about it and felt that there were still benefits. "Then let's go in. Back then, I came to pee in this Myriad Worlds Palace and was thrown out. It was a great humiliation." Tengu said angrily. Sherpa could not be bothered to reply. "Great humiliation. You are the greatest humiliation to the 3 realms. You have the cheek to say that?" Skyarm couldn't be bothered to say anything. He reached out to grab Tai Tu. "Kacha!" With a loud bang, the heavenly hound bit down and snorted, "This guy, I'm going to beat him up until he doesn't dare to come to the 3 realms anymore. Now I'm bringing him along." Tian Bai frowned and asked, "Are you sure he's the reincarnation of the Celestial Darch?" "Who else could it be other than him?" The heavenly hound snorted. "That's the guy, there's no escaping." It could smell the scent of Darch armor. As the few of them were talking, another burst of rumbling sounds came out, followed by the same loud shouts. In the next moment, the God Creation Envoy came over in a sorry state. His flesh and blood had all disappeared, leaving only his bones. The skeleton of a divine artifact. The God Forging Envoy scolded, "What the hell? Who made this? Are you trying to trick me?" He was a cultivator who had broken 8 times, yet he ended up in such a sorry state. It was embarrassing. Tiango and the others glanced at him, but they couldn't be bothered with him anymore. At this moment, the God Creation Envoy had also regained his senses. He glanced at the few of them, and when he saw Sherpa, he snorted coldly. "The origin realm that my disciple created for you. Return the fee as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will have a good time." Sherpa was too lazy to reply. The God Creation Envoy then looked at the heavenly hound. raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, "Yo, you have a dog chain? Let me see, the quality looks ordinary." Woof! The heavenly hound wanted to bite him to death. The God creation envoy did not think much of it. This dog was not a good thing. In the past, he did not bring anything with him, and just came to ask him to forge a divine artifact for him. He already said that it was not a cat, and it was not fun. Who the hell would forge a divine artifact for you? He could not be bothered with this silly dog. The God creation envoy finally looked at the sky arm, then looked at the steps and said, "This old man will provide the power of his spiritual sense. Sherpa is too weak. I won't bring him along. Let's go." With that said, before Sherpa could even speak, the heavenly hound, the sky arm, and the God creation envoy left. Yes, he left. The three of them stepped onto the steps together. "You, Sherpa, are just a broken 7 piece of trash. You can play by yourself." Sherpa was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. What was this? "Don't force me," the God creation envoy said without turning his head. "Don't barge in recklessly, 1 step at a time, 1 layer at a time. You alone, it's easy for you to collapse and be trapped somewhere in the 3 realms. You are a broken 7. Stay by yourself. Wait for the others. Maybe someone will bring you along." You guys? Sherpa was about to explode from anger. He was despised by others. Sherpa snorted and quickly shouted, "Hurry up, is there anyone else coming? If you don't come, this place will disappear. Hurry up and come." The 3 experts above maintained a balance of power, and all of them could reach the point of breaking through the door. He could follow as long as the 3 of them had a balance of power and let him join. In the end, these 3 bastards looked down on his strength of breaking 7. Even if they didn't bring him along, where could they go to reason with him? Seeing the 3 of them run away, the stairs became somewhat illusory. At this moment, the rumbling sounds continued to ring out. This time, the people who came were in a much more sorry state. Moon Spirit's face was pale, her entire body covered in blood, and she was in an extremely sorry state. Sherpa glanced at her, raised his head, and no longer looked at her. "Too weak. I won't bring you to play." He was an expert at the peak of the breaking 7 realm, and at the critical moment, he could still use some methods to break through 8. Moon Spirit had just broken through 7, so he felt that he could look down on her. Moon Spirit's expression was unfriendly as she snorted. She glanced at the stairs and frowned slightly. Seeing that, Sherpa sneered, "Great niece Moon Spirit, do you understand?" Great niece. Moon Spirit's expression was ugly as she looked at him coldly. Sherpa didn't care and said calmly, "What are you looking at?" "Fatty Spirit is of my generation, and you don't want to recognize him as your great niece." Moon Spirit felt awkward when she heard this. You can call him Spirit Emperor, but you have to call him Fatty Spirit. Don't you know that I am also called Moon Spirit? Moon Spirit cursed in her heart. None of the old antiques that survived in the 3 realms were good people. Sherpa was the same. You didn't learn your lesson after being beaten by Spirit Emperor so many times. You deserve to be beaten every day. Sherpa ignored her and continued to shout, "Anyone else?" Boom! With a loud sound, a Kuin Pung tore through the sky, tearing apart heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a human form. A cold-looking expert wearing a crown landed on the ground. Much more relaxed than Moon Spirit. Demon Emperor, Sea Guardian. Sherpa glanced at it and chuckled. "Kuin Pung, not bad, you broke through 8. Kuin Pung didn't reply. It looked at the stairs and looked at Sherpa and Moon Spirit. Sherpa's spiritual sense, Moon Spirit's vitality, my vitality and vitality. Sherpa, can you reach the level of breaking through the door? This path had to be balanced by the 3 forces, and they had to reach the level of breaking through the door. Ordinary people couldn't walk up. Even if they walked up, it was easy for the stairs to break, and they would be lost in a certain part of the 3 realms. Sherpa said lazily, "I can barely maintain it for a while, can you?" Moon Spirit's strength is not enough for you to support the power of 2 doors alone? Moon Spirit didn't say a word. She, who had broken through 7, didn't have much right to speak here, because she wasn't strong enough. Without the power to break through the door, it would be difficult to enter. Just as they were talking, the void shook again. In the next moment, someone said, "Kuin Peng Hong Kuin, together!" The Sea Guardian didn't say anything and left with the 2 people who had just arrived. Sherpa watched the 3 of them leave in a daze, speechless for a long time. They left. Yes, it was King Kuin and Heavenly King who had just arrived. They called for the Sea Guardian and left without giving him a second look. Moon Spirit suddenly sneered. Sherpa looked down on her strength, but in the end he was slapped in the face. When the Heavenly King and the others arrived, they ignored him, called for the Sea Guardian, and left. Embarrassing. Sherpo's expression didn't change, but he almost cursed in his heart. Damn it. Bastard. Bastard. What was so great about breaking through 8? So what if it was 8? However, Sherpa was a little anxious now, cursing. Damn it, it seems like they're all gone. What should we do? The 2 of them couldn't leave. Even if another Heavenly King came, breaking through 7 would be useless. Unless a few more came. Fong Ping's group had 10 Heavenly Kings on their way together. At this moment, the void was silently torn apart by someone, and lotus flowers bloomed. A young man walked out. Hong Yu. Hong Yu's expression was a little complicated. He looked at Moon Spirit and said softly, "You want to go in?" Moon Spirit said nothing. "Sigh, then come with me. Sherpa." He was just about to call for Sherpa when the void split again in the next moment. Fong, he looked at the stairs and smiled. "Hong Yu, let's go together." Hong Yu nodded, called for Moon Spirit, and stepped on the stairs with Fong Yi. He, Fong Yi, and Moon Spirit. 3 people was enough. Sherpa was already stunned. He was so angry that he was trembling. They were all gone. Then he could not go in any more. In this 3 realms, who else had broken through 8? If Chu Wu did not count, it seemed like Tianqin did not come. Tianqin probably would not come either. That meant he was abandoned. "Bring me along." Sherpa roared. Bring him along, he wanted to go too. Unfortunately, the people in front had already stepped on the stairs and disappeared before his eyes. Damn it! Sherpa was flustered and exasperated. There was no use in being angry. Everyone had gone. He could not go over alone. The situation in the periphery was very dangerous now. Even those who had broken through 7 risked death, unless they had broken through 8. But how many people in the 3 realms who had broken through 8? That meant he was abandoned just like that. Bastard! Damn it! No one brought me along. Sherpa howled at the sky. This was too much. Why did no one bring me along? The powerhouses arrived one after another. Right now, Fong Ping and the rest had no time to think about it. Right now, they had already walked to the highest point. An incomparably huge door, like a city wall, appeared in front of them. Heavenly King, Yi shouted, according to the previous allocation, split into 3 groups and open the door. Pay attention, the power must be balanced. Otherwise, once the balance is lost, we will break through the boundary point and be lost somewhere in the 3 realms. Right now, the few Heavenly Kings, including Wan, did not say much, but Heavenly Fate did not care. He said lazily, "What's the rush? If we are lost, then so be it. We can't die." As he spoke, he asked, "Is the secret place inside?" No, no. Heavenly Fate frowned. Then what is in the Myriad Realms Palace? The secret place is in the Myriad Realms Palace, but it is not a secret place. We can search after we go in. How did the Demon Emperor enter this place back then? Maybe the sealing power was not as strong as it is now. Heavenly King Yi was helpless. Why ask so many questions? Plus, he really did not know how the Demon Emperor entered back then. The Demon Emperor was already dead. How could he ask? After a few explanations, Heavenly King Yi said again, "Heavenly Fate, There must be fortune in the secret place. Do you really not want to give it a try? I can guarantee that if you get the fortune here, breaking 7, 8, or even 9 won't be a lie. So sure? You've been there before? Heavenly Fate did not want to leave. He was a heavenly king. If he was not willing to cooperate, not only would the door not be opened, the others would also be in danger. Heavenly King E frowned. No. Then who has been there? Heavenly Fate asked. You look like this is not your first time here. Even if you have not been there, you should know some things. Or someone else must have been here. Someone other than the Demon Emperor. Ji Yin. Ji Yin only broke 7. Heavenly King E was speechless. Only broke 7? He found that the people of the 3 realms were a bit abnormal. Was breaking 7 very weak? Taking a deep breath, Heavenly King said again, It really is Ji Yin. He had just reached the Heavenly King realm. After entering here, he quickly broke 7. What about the details? Let's go in first. Heavenly King E looked behind and said hurriedly, Let's go in quickly. Otherwise, when the others come, we may not have a chance. King Qian also said, Heavenly Fate, let's go in first. We also want to know everything. Heavenly Fate did not ask anymore. He actually did not want to go in. But at this point, the tasks of the 10 heavenly kings had been arranged. If he did not go, the other 9 working together might not be able to maintain the balance. If he failed at the last step, these guys might not let him go. Heavenly Fate began to unleash his power reluctantly. Everyone pushed the door together. Fang Ping and the others did not move. At this moment, Fang Ping was still a little confused. He said to King Huai telepathically, Logically speaking, it is enough for these heavenly kings to come. Why bring us? The divine sect does not know, but Heavenly King E and the others should know some inside information. Why also bring us? True gods, venerable emperors, and even saints. Saints were actually not of much use here, but all parties still brought a group of people here. This had something to do with the inspectors. Even the divine sect only brought them because of Yuan Gang and the other suggestion. Was this necessary, or did they have to bring them here? What secrets were there in this myriad world's palace? What was in this secret place? It was so difficult to come to this place. How did the Demon Emperor do it? He opened up 3 passageways for 3 people to pass through, allowing Warlord and the others to come here, gathering the power to break 3 doors. If one person came, it would need at least a powerhouse who had broken 9. Of course, it did not need the destructive power of breaking 9, but it needed the power of breaking 3 doors to open the myriad world's palace. It was so difficult. How did the Demon Emperor come in back then? Fang Ping pinched the old cat. He was very curious. What advice did the old cat give to unquestionable Jian that made unquestionable Jian come here? The old cat said to let unquestionable Jian go to the Celestial Cemetery. This place was not the core of the Celestial Cemetery. Did the old cat lead him here by accident, or did it know of this place? Meow. A soft meow rang in Fang Ping's ear. The old cat said telepathically, I didn't let little Jian come here. I originally wanted him to go to the Celestial Cemetery. It is the place where those people are locked up. There are many opportunities there too. Little Jian came here by himself. I didn't know. The old cat did not know the situation either. Who knew how unquestionable Jian came here? This place was so dangerous. Unquestionable Jian, a true god, could also come here. It was simply a joke. Fang Ping did not ask anymore. He had some answers in his heart. Perhaps unquestionable Jian's arrival was also part of the game. Someone deliberately let him come here. Unquestionable Jian said that he had been in the game all his life in the chessboard. Even when he was about to break 8, he chose to reincarnate. This meant that he felt that even breaking 8 could not break the cage, forcing a powerhouse who was about to break 8 to choose to give up his life. What was the reason? I am not unquestionable Jen. Fong Ping snorted in his heart. No matter whose chessboard it was, he only needed one sentence to break it. Rumble. The huge door, under the efforts of the heavenly kings, began to open. The myriad worlds palace, which had been sealed for many years, welcomed the opening once again this time. Rumble. A loud sound rang in the depths of the origin. A human voice was heard. Gee, what are you doing again? A slightly dissatisfied voice rang. The emperor's actions made the other two emperors guarding the door unhappy. Recently, there had been frequent incidents at the Vitality Gate. In front of the Vitality Gate, the emperor was indifferent. He said without a change in expression, the gate has been broken. Recently, it has been frequently attacked by internal forces. Behind the gate, I wonder if something has happened. The previous voice paused. The emperor did not care and continued. After guarding it for so many years, the two of you, why don't you go in and take a look? Back then, we only caught a glimpse of it. Now, we don't know what changes have happened inside. Are we going to keep waiting? No. Someone said in a low voice, if we open the gate now, let's not talk about whether we will get lost or not. Once the gate is opened, it will be very easy for problems to occur. The emperor smiled faintly. He did not care and said, the void is shaking. Have the inspectors gone to the Myriad Worlds Palace? Should be. What exactly exists in that secret place in the Myriad Worlds Palace? Unquestionable Jen entered it in the past, but there was no news at all. The emperor frowned slightly. Also, Cheong has been to that place a few times. Did he really not find anything? The other two were silent again. A moment later, someone said, Cheong probably did not go in. I have explored that place a few times. Although I was patrolling from afar, I found that the boundary point is unstable. If Cheong went in, I'm afraid that place will collapse. Boundary point, the emperor murmured. When the heavenly court was built, we knew that was where the boundary point is. But there was nothing strange there. It was just that it was more suitable for cultivation of origin power. Do you think that it was left behind by Jean? Jean, an old voice was heard. The next moment, a white-haired old man appeared near the gate. The old man chuckled. Jean might have found something, so he might have left something behind. And it should not be just Jean. The emperor looked at the old man and said indifferently, Cheong, you really did not find anything? The person who came was the God Emperor. The God Emperor smiled. No, I did not enter that place. This is the truth. That place is not only related to Jean, but also to that person, and even to the seed. But I did leave something behind there. I hope there will be some gains. Something? The Emperor said indifferently. What did you leave behind? The God Emperor chuckled. You will know when the time comes. The Emperor looked at him coldly and said slowly, You came here for something? Yes. The God Emperor looked at the blood gate behind him and smiled. The blood gate moved a few times before. Maybe something happened inside. The three gates cannot have any problems now. In that case, this old man will guard the blood gate with you. You don't trust me? That is not the case. The God Emperor sighed. But this gate cannot be broken now. It cannot be broken. It has been 10,000 years. This gate has been forged for 10,000 years. And it has been 30,000 years since the beginning of martial arts. How much longer can we live? How many 30,000 years? The God Emperor said softly, 100,000 years. That is the time this old man deduced. We might only live for 100,000 years. Will there be a next time after this failure? There might not be another chance. The God Emperor shook his head and smiled. We are not doing this for ourselves. You do not know. The three realms, there are some things that are beyond our control, beyond our control. There are some problems with the origin path and the beginning of martial arts. There are problems with the Tao, problems behind the gate, problems one after another. We are emperors, the emperors of the three realms. There are some things that we have to do. Gee, there will not be a next time. The God Emperor sighed. If we do not succeed this time, I am afraid, the Emperor said lightly. Since you want to guard, then come. All right, I will take a look around the 3 realms. Do not descend beyond the 9 heavens. The God Emperor said in a low voice, If you descend, there will be trouble. I will not. The God Emperor did not say more. He got up and left quickly. As soon as he left, the God Emperor shook his head slightly and said nothing more. He sat down cross-legged and began to suppress the blood gate that was moving. Kaboom! The palace gate opened. The Myriad Realms Palace was finally opened. The moment it opened, Fong Ping was a little dazed. Not only him, but everyone else was also dazed. This was a world. At the top of the world, there were 13 thrones. At this moment, there were people sitting on the thrones. Not only the 13 thrones, but there were also countless seats below. Those were the seats of the powerhouses of the past court meetings. The 13 thrones were occupied, but the other seats were empty. The 13 shadows were sitting on the thrones. Below, a figure appeared. There were people below the 13 thrones. Some strange words came into Fong Ping's ears. Fong Ping did not understand. He seemed to have heard these words before. He thought for a while. Was it from the heavenly realm? The others should understand it. Fortunately, Fong Ping still had a cat with him that could understand. At this moment, a raving voice was heard. No one knew who was speaking. Liar, do you understand? The cat asked. Without waiting for Fong Ping to reply, it translated. This person said. Fong Ping said directly. You translate directly, no more words. The cat was depressed. All right, I will listen to you. Teacher, I am afraid we still need to consider the immortal source. If we don't build the immortal source, the 3 realms will be destroyed sooner or later. But if we build the immortal source, the 3 realms' Tao will be limited. That is still better than destruction. Teacher said that the 3 realms will be destroyed. We can't just listen to teacher alone. I went to the land of origin. Something happened there. The seed's power is leaking. Why? I don't know. Teacher, about the immortal source. Can you allow us to discuss it and consider it? This matter is very important. There is no time. Teacher, up to you. If the 3 realms are destroyed, there is nothing we can do. As soon as this sentence fell, Fong Ping saw the person below the throne disappear. Fong Ping frowned. This person was, he knew that the powerhouses above the 13 thrones should be the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors. Then who was this? Just as Fong Ping was feeling suspicious, the cat translated again. This sentence, Fong Ping heard some fluctuations in the tone. Will Celestial Emperor do it himself? Rumble. In the world, everything collapsed and disappeared in an instant. The voice disappeared, the figure disappeared, the throne disappeared. He did not know who said the last sentence. At this moment, there was only the last sentence in Fong Ping's mind. The cat asked curiously, Big dog? Was that a big dog just now? What is a big dog doing here? That is not a dog, right? Celestial Emperor. Wasn't that a big dog? The cat was very curious. Fong Ping, however, was too lazy to respond. What big dog or not? Obviously, the teacher that those people called before and the Celestial Emperor, that person called at the end, were the same person. Teacher. Celestial Emperor. At this moment, Fong Ping frowned slightly, a little suspicious. Celestial Emperor. Was that the first title that Skydog used? Among the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors, someone called him teacher. Was this person the one who created the origin or someone else? The 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors had many teachers. Fong Ping was not sure if it was that person. The key was not this. The key was that the immortal source plan was not proposed by the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors, but someone asked them to do it. Fong Ping was confused for a moment. The shadow that he saw that day, was it the one who just left? Obviously, the scene here should be a scene left behind in the past. It was hard to determine when exactly it was, but it was at least before the immortal source plan. The 3 realms is getting more and more interesting. Fong Ping's eyes revealed a touch of mockery, very complicated. All right, It would be best if the 9 sovereigns were also pawns, so that all of you can experience this feeling. At this moment, the others also came to their senses. Heavenly King, he shouted, go in quickly. Everyone also heard something. They might not have heard the same thing, but obviously they all gained something. At this moment, King Qian and the others also had a change of expression, quickly stepping into the main hall. The main door of the Myriad Realms Palace closed with a bang.